Does he look like the guy from The Chosen?
Yeah.
He does?
Like I was saying. Then when Judgment Day happens, which Judgment Day does not happen until the end of days. That's the way it's always been. That's the way it's always been said, even within Jewish theology, that Judgment Day happens at the end of. The kingdom of heaven go back to Sheol.
So they stay in their grave forever?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Oh, that sucks.
Sure does.
So that's why they don't think they're going to hell, because they don't believe in hell.
Hell is
lucky
not,
for
hell,
them. Why
hell
did they
is
use it? There was a place like that.
Honey.
What do you mean? Why
Hell,
did they convince? Why do you think they convinced anybody that there is a hell?
Well, they didn't accept Jesus.
Who?
Because he did not meet their standards for the Messiah.
Well, they can stay in their grave forever then. They're not going to see heaven or hell. Lucky
Thrayle.
them.
that's not, no.
That's what you said. They stay in the grave.
It's not because they don't accept Jesus, because Jesus himself was a second temple Jew.
Okay, so do any Jews get to go to heaven? Do they believe in heaven?
Oh my God.
Jews,
Honey.
heaven, the concept of heaven is where it comes from the Jewish people.
Well, which ones get
The
to go
thing
to
is
heaven?
the only people who ever mention hell are Christians, and hell is a concept that was devised years upon years upon years after Jesus had supposedly went.
What about in the Tibetan Book of the Dead? They talk about a place like that.
People talk about
So
afterlife.
we're just, hang on, Hammy.
No, they talk about Hades in the Tibetan Book of the Dead.
Into a debate with you're actually going to end up getting.
People talk about
So
afterlife.
we're just, hang on, Hammy. You're actually going to end up getting baited down to debating at her level, which is what it's.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, which is with anything anybody's asking you, honey. Questioning your beliefs. So we're going to move on to someone who might maybe be capable. We're at 40,000 likes, guys. I appreciate everybody tapping the screen. Everybody who shared the live. Looks like over, right at 200 something times. That's amazing. Appreciate everybody doing that. Of course, if you haven't already, you can hit the bent little arrow at the bottom of your screen and either share so that everyone else that follows you can see the live. And also, if you happen to know gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
I don't know if I'm like sad or furious about like how casually anti-Semitic everybody is. Not everybody, but like
Some Christians, especially.
well, it was weird. Like why did they convince everybody there was what?
I'm tired.
Clearly, if something seemed wrong, then it had to be somebody's fault.
Right. This is
I don't know what kind of strange machine that we are in, Queen Sandra, but I'm going to set you down. If you get to a quiet place and you want to request back up, you certainly may, but I'm not going to listen to that even one more time, so we'll let you get somewhere quiet and try again. Wow.
Can we have a minute? Oh, no.
Sorry.
Hello.
Hello, Io. Is it Iodos?
Yes, it is IO. You got that right. Thank you.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm 22.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I do. Um, I just don't think we really know what that power is. Like, I think we can have our ideas of it, but I also wonder if we're even supposed to know to begin with. Because I feel like if we were to know that answer, I feel like maybe we would have known that answer by now with just how naturally curious we are as people. But I do believe that we
So,
live like multiple lives.
okay, so you don't think we're meant to know if there's a god? You believe there's something and that we live multiple lives?
Hmm. Yes. Um,
So, what do you mean multiple lives? What's living multiple lives?
so what I mean by that is I think that we as like a species, like have to live multiple stages of life to understand what the meaning of life really is. Like maybe in a previous life you were a conqueror.
You're saying I was born, you were born. What is the thing that's living multiple lives? What do you mean?
Mm,
What's actually going
I,
from
I,
one life to the
I would,
next?
I'd say your soul. Like I imagine
And what
each
is a
soul
soul?
is, a soul is, it's a form of energy in a sense, right? Because you have life from a soul, and you can't argue it is yourself as a personality as well.
What is an I'm sorry, what is energy in this context?
Mm, it's it's like a type of like soul energy. I forgot what it's called. Um,
Soul energy.
yeah, I forgot what
I'm
it's
not
called. It's like
so
what's the
much into
name
the
for it?
type, but it's like, what do you, when you say the word energy, what is that doing here?
I mean, I guess I can. I guess by energy, I'm referring to kind of like celestial energy in a sense, like the energy of like the universe, the energy of stars, the energy of just life itself can kind of like transfer your soul into
The
different lives,
energy,
if that makes
the
sense.
energy of the stars transfers your energy. What is your energy? What is that? What do you mean your energy?
Like kind of like the universe's energy, like kind of like we're like all like connected to the universe in some type of way, if that makes sense.
The
Like what if the
universe has
universe
its.
is,
Okay,
sorry,
so
go
what
ahead.
is energy though?
Are you asking like the actual like definition of energy?
Like without using the word, because you just keep adding
Okay.
words to energy to sort of clarify it, and you're not clarifying it.
Uh, I'm trying to like use words to like add to it because I'm not sure how to like really explain it. Like I'm not really good at like
Well, let me see if this makes anything clear. If I sit there and talk about spupel, you ask me what's spupel, and I'm like, oh, well, it's school clerk. Did school clerk actually clarify what spupel is?
no.
Yeah, so whenever you say energy, and then we ask what's energy, and you say vibes or whatever else, just another word to add on to it, it doesn't help clarify what energy is.
To be
Okay.
fair, he didn't say vibes. It would have been like
Sure.
he just said he added to it though.
Sorry, like I'm not like the best at like explaining things.
That's
I
fair.
just uh I just believe that like we live multiple lives to just kind of
But,
understand what life really means.
Like
but what
in
is
a
the we?
reincarnation way?
Yeah, yes, thank you. Yeah, kind of like a form of like reincarnation.
Right, but
Not through,
what is the we that is living multiple lives? And you say the soul,
oh,
and so
like
I ask what the soul is. You say energy. So that's kind of what I'm curious about is what is the thing that is actually going on from life to life, and how do you know that there's anything really there doing that?
I mean, I guess you can argue that I don't think I'm really supposed to know like what like if that is what happens when you die. Like I can just only theorize and imagine what I think will happen. The most sense to me that we live multiple
Well,
lives
what would be the purpose of
and imagine what I think will happen. But it just seems to make the most sense to me that we live multiple um so discover what the meaning of life is or our families grow more
wouldn't you need to like first like be able to remember your past lives in order for that to be anywhere near like useful in figuring out what the purpose of life is.
uh kind of but I have a kind of an answer to that I like to argue that like our practice of like humans kind of have like this pattern, right? We create forms of government, we create these ideas of religion, we create these ideas of law, and we slowly over time evolutionized out of the dark ages, out of that practice of monarchy into
What is
what we have now.
evolutionize?
Yeah.
What does that
We
mean?
base
What does
so we basically
evolutionize mean?
evolved from like barbaric practices into where we are now. Like we evolved from burning each other at the stake. We evolved from having practices of slavery. We evolved from killing barbaric tendencies to where we are now, to where there are more laws in place. If that makes sense.
But have we?
I mean, I want to say yes. I mean, I really hope that we have, but you, I mean, obviously the world isn't perfect. I wish it was perfect. I wish everyone could just get along.
Well, I assume you're speaking to us via phone, right?
Yeah, yes, I am. Yes.
The lithium in your battery is mined by slave labor. The gold that's in the circuitry that's in your phone is mined by slave labor. A lot of the factories that build phones
are done in places like China and things like that, where labor laws are really, really laxed, in which case child labor is sometimes employed. Although they specifically say, well, we don't really like condone it, but they don't do anything to stop it either.
Right.
So child labor is something that's being done today, and this isn't going back in like 100 years ago. This is today. All of that.
That. Hmm.
I
I
mean,
mean,
the
like,
chocolate industry is really notorious for this. Most of chocolate companies, where cocoa is grown, it's done on farms that are elite, that are harmful, and slave labor is implied. Oh, I'm sorry.
Tammy, who are you debating?
I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm trying not to debate. Here, so
no,
the
it's
question
you're asking
goes back
valid
to,
questions.
yeah.
It's okay. You're asking good questions.
So
Um,
yeah.
like, okay, you're right. Obviously, there is a lot of labor in place, but I guess more so what I mean is we kind of, yeah, in a sense, like recognized like how it was horrible to practice, and that's why now we have laws in place to recognize crime with corporations. That is going to always, unfortunately, be a factor of life, but because greed and corruption is always going to be there, no matter what you want to do, no matter how perfect you make your government, it's going to always be there. But I'm just saying, like, we as a society, obviously, we can fight over a lot of things, but we have laws in place to prevent, like, just like we have fought really hard as, like collectively as a species to get to this point that we are now, where we can recognize that, oh, it's not okay to enslave people. It's not okay to hurt
Well,
people. You know?
the thing is I don't take. I mean, I personally don't take laws to justify my morals, but
Mhm.
if even if I did, I mean, people are right now trying to uh, repeal a lot of those laws that were put in place to keep that stuff from happening, saying it's no longer useful. I think that wouldn't you agree that that's not necessarily the case?
Yeah, like I said, like I think we collectively as a species have a long ways to go from from where we came from and from what we practice. But I still like understand, like, okay, you have thousands of years of civilization where we kind of follow the same premise of practice. Like you like collectively have a large number of individuals, and that practice has never really changed. Just the ideas of government have changed. So that's why I like to
But
think that we live multiple
when it
lives
comes,
and we just have a tendency of habit. So that's what humans do. We have a lot of habits and we practice these habits over and over again.
yeah, but wouldn't it make sense that these practices that we do over and over again, we would take on into our next lives, and we wouldn't have to be sense again?
I mean, in a sense, we kind of pass it on to kind of like, it's going to sound a bit like contradicting, but kind of like to like our children. And then like they end up raising their kids and they teach their kids that way and then that way. And it, like I said, it
What does that
repeats
have to
itself.
do with multiple lives?
Well, because what if like when you're going through that multiple life, like what if like when you transfer to that next life, you're just kind of born into like that role of society that's been practiced because of the previous generations.
But are you born into the
What,
same family?
what is any? Yeah.
Um, like the medium I talk with like spiritual family guides that are connected to you, but they aren't connected to you in like every position of family. So like for
So
example, like
your
when you're in your
understanding of multiple lives comes from a discussion with a medium.
Kind of. Like I talked with some mediums, and then
Why
well,
do you
yeah.
believe that these are mediums?
Well, the person I talked to was she was in the FBI, which I find pretty interesting because I didn't even know the
Why do you
FBI
believe
had.
that?
Well, because my parents paid for like the counseling with her pretty much, and she was basically saying things that like we didn't tell her. Like she mentioned my grandfather,
Your
but
parents
she's
paid for counseling with a former FBI agent.
a former FBI medium. Yeah, I know
FBI
it
medium.
sounds. Yeah, I know it
I'm
sounds.
sorry,
Why would
I
how
know.
did you verify the credentials of this FBI medium?
Yeah, I know it
I'm
sounds.
sorry, how
why
did you
I don't remember her.
profile on
is
what?
it
FBI
possible?
profiles for mediums.com.
It's
Right. Is it possible that this person fabricated this story about themselves and then built an online presence surrounding that to to make it look
well,
credible?
kind of, but like what I find interesting though is she mentioned like names of past relatives that we did not mention to her whatsoever
Are
at
you
all.
familiar with cold
But
reading?
What reading? I'm assuming that's like background information.
Nope,
It's
not
like
a
a
Reading is
piece of information about anybody other than what you can see.
Oh, I don't think she.
it's like it is a method that people use and develop, and some people are very very good at to make educated guesses about things about people that they would think that you would not be able to know,
To
like
create a
reading
connection.
your
have
speech and body language, and yes, and asking the right questions to get to places that uh, will make it appear that you have knowledge, which is often what these people who claim to be mediums are doing.
basically like, for instance, if it's like someone sitting there telling you somebody who's passed on, John John George, it starts with the J, and then you're like, yeah, I have a
Oh, you
family
mean
member
James?
named George.
Yeah.
Yes, James, that's who's coming through to me right now.
She didn't really like do that. Like it's so. It
I mean, it's
was.
not going to be formulaic like that. That's just an example.
I'm just saying, like she knew about like the different type of cancers that my relatives passed away from before we even said anything about it. Like she knew like the very specific cancers, like the terminal level of that cancer and everything. It is
It's
just kind of
Could she have
scary,
done
like
any
how accurate she
could
was
she have
with
done
everything.
any research before coming over? Is there any way she could have researched
Well,
these
no,
relatives or
it
their
wasn't.
medical records?
It wasn't even in person. It was over a discussion, there's over like a phone therapy discussion type of thing.
I see. Phone therapy.
You mean you couldn't see her?
No, I could see her myself.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Okay, I wasn't like in the room when she was talking about it. I'm just going off of this is like more information of what my parents told me, and
so.
they are
How are
very
you?
This is just your parents told you about this experience
yeah,
where a medium told them personal information. So
Mm-hmm.
you
yeah,
don't actually.
it's worse than what it is. Like, but yeah,
Are you sure?
that's
Are you sure it doesn't just sound like what it is?
I I don't know. Like it just kind of just makes it just kind of just makes sense to me that we would live multiple lives
Well,
because of the practice of we do all the time as humans. Like it's just,
What do you mean the practice of what we do all the time? What does that mean?
but I mean,
multiple lives
well,
because of the practice of like what we do all the time. But I mean, like building empires, how they form a new economy.
how we have to just,
What does any of that have to do with multiple?
like, but okay, you will change, but it's still,
have you ever heard of a term, if it's not broke, don't fix it?
I'm not
I have,
understanding.
but
Say, multiple generations repeat the mistakes of previous generations, and that to you indicates somehow singular consciousness is evolving over time. How is there any consistency there between generations that shows that there's some kind of knowledge gained or passed other than the progress that we see evidently from trial and error and social experiments gone awry? Like
well, I
where do
mean,
you actually see an indication of singular consciousness growing and evolving from lifetime to lifetime? If especially your point is that things stay the same.
I mean, like I said, like governments can change, but so like the premise of that is still the same. Like like no matter where you are around the world, your form of government is going to have a small mass of people to control the larger mass of people, right?
Is it,
So
I'm sorry, is that just not the nature of what government is?
well,
What do
that's
you
the
even
thing.
mean
Like
now?
I'm just saying like the practice of like what we do, it's not really efficient like it needs to be. That like we
Okay,
can do
so then if
more
we're
than
living
what we are doing
multiple
now.
lives over centuries, then clearly we would have figured
Well, yeah, and again, like that's why
instead of
we no
generations just
longer.
trying the same thing again and again because
I
they're
mean,
different
I'm,
entities.
and that's why I mentioned like we slowly evolve out of it. Like we don't see monarchies practice much anymore like we did back then. We see more republics and more democracies now.
What about any
This
of that indicates multiple lifetimes?
Well, because for like a very long time we only had the practice of monarchy, right? For
What about that indicates multiple lifetimes?
just just kind of just like how over time, over history, how like things just change
You
and
just
evolve. Like what if you yourself as a person go through those multiple lives and also change and evolve with the masses of other people that are also going through those multiple lives as well.
fascinating. You're just
And
repeating yourself and not actually clarifying anything. Hammy, did you have a question you think might actually clarify something?
I I just want to know, wouldn't this all have to run on the premise? Because if the first people who were to live were then to have children, where did those souls or past lives come from? Wouldn't have we all just be the same generation after generation after generation, the same people?
Same number.
Same numbers, same people, just one generation after the other after the other.
yeah, that's a really good question. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually.
I don't know, it's a great place.
Anyways, uh,
Great idea. From there, it's easy to ask more questions without committing yourself to an answer.
yeah,
And maybe you find an answer that you can commit yourself to. But I think in the meantime, Ao, I think we're about ready to move on.
Okay.
I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did. I hope that you
I
keep asking questions.
I did try my best, like for what it was.
Seems like it. Appreciate you. Yeah. Keep asking questions, and I hope that if you find firm answers, come back and we'll want to question those as well. Good job, Hammy, pulling out an I don't know from a magic hat.
Yeah, it's something that popped up whenever we were starting to go backwards in time, and I was like, wait, this doesn't
Where
quite add
new
up.
people come from.
Exactly.
We will take a breather here. This is a good
Please.
spot.
Ooh. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Oh, one sec. Just so y'all know, since Cat lives in a jungle where she's around plants all the time, she has become a plant expert. Amateur plant expert, I think. I don't know. Cat, did you go to school for that?
Expert.
Yes, an amateur expert.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So eventually, I'm pretty sure Cat plans on doing. Oh, I might. Yeah, she might.
It is. Oh, we're really far into this one. I thought we were a lot earlier. Felt like earlier in the night.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's because that. Yeah, we're actually about to miss our third gift goal. That's why it feels like we're earlier in the night. But we are at 64,000 likes. Appreciate everybody for doing that. And of course, the more we tap that screen, the more we potentially catch the attention of somebody with a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that who can actually question. And that would be wonderful.
The best justice.
Lori, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
And do you have a belief in a god or God? Hello, Lori, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? God's higher power or anything like that? What do you believe in?
There is only one God, and there's one with
You say,
Yeah.
you say there's only one God in your opinion. Is it one from any particular doctrine or faith practice?
no.
Okay, so not the Christian God or the Muslim God,
No.
not one of the Hindu
I mean,
gods.
I do just believe that there's one God, and people are just serving that one God in different ways.
You believe there's just one God and people are serving it in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that everybody believes in the same God and that God is your God?
Yeah, that God is everyone's God.
Well, you say it's everyone's God. Does that include those people who believe in a God that says it is different from the other gods? One that says
Yeah.
it stands apart. Even that God is the same God as the
The
one
same God.
You're saying it's the same as the ones it says it stands apart from.
Yeah, so like Christians, Muslims, and Buddhists, and all of them believe in the same God.
Fascinating. Can you tell me how many Buddhists you know that actually believe in a God?
I don't know that many Buddhists, but I'm just saying maybe
So
I
then
don't.
if they don't believe in a God, then they wouldn't believe in your God.
Then
Or are
they
you
don't
saying,
believe. Then they're atheist? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just asking if a a Buddhist doesn't believe in gods, then it doesn't believe in your God, right?
There's no my God. There's one God. Like, I don't claim any religion. I don't associate myself with anything.
You say there's one God and it's not associated with any religion.
Hmm.
So what is it that makes this God?
What do you mean? Like, what? Can you, like, elaborate on your question?
What is God and what makes what you're calling God that?
Like, a creator of this universe.
So you're saying there's one creator of this universe.
Mm.
What makes you think there is a creator of this universe?
Just the way that things are. I looked into other avenues of how this world can come about, and there's no substantial, like, right?
Have you
There are
heard of the Lambda
claims.
CDM?
The what?
Lambda CDM.
No, I have not, but I've heard of, like, what is that scientific? I think the Big Bang Theory or whatever. I looked into
So,
those, and it's not really an evidence, in my opinion. I think it's just a theory.
but Lori, if you don't know, like, what the Lambda, can you say everything else?
I didn't say everything. I looked into other avenues to see how
All
this
the
world can come.
avenues.
Not all, but other avenues. I can't look
Oh,
into all.
so which ones have you looked into besides the Big Bang and
Like us
evolution
coming,
is not the same as
but
how life's.
different ways that people look at, and here we are. So I looked into
do
other
you believe?
avenues of.
So
Oh, I don't know if I believe in it.
have you
It
read the
looks like.
story of Adam and Eve?
I have.
And you don't know if that's true or not.
I don't know.
You don't know if you believe it or not.
No, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know. Like, it's questionable. So I don't know if the story is true or not.
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe in a God. I don't think human-made story is like.
But what would that story have to do with the creation of the universe, which is what we're talking about?
Because some people believe in that. Some people believe creation
What do
started
you
from Adam
believe?
and Eve. Huh?
What do you believe
What
as
do I
far as
believe?
creation?
I do believe that God created us, like a God or a creator. I don't know if he created Adam and Eve and they ate, like, the
Do
apple,
you believe
and
he
here we are.
created? Do you believe he created humans?
I
Do you
believe
believe
he
he created
created a bunch
humans
of
or he
humans.
created life?
Like, he created maybe
Do you
life,
believe that
yeah.
a God created?
A
Did
life.
life evolve into humans?
That again, I don't know if, like, he created a life in a different form and we evolved into humans. Possibly, I can't say, but I think it makes sense in my mind to, like, say there's a creator, then, like, we all came from nothing, you know?
What does that mean, came from nothing?
Like, where did we come from? Did we just exist?
I'm sorry, what do you mean You think it's
like the
better to say,
human
I'm still
species.
speaking. You
Uh-huh.
said it, you think it's better to say that there's a creator than we all came from nothing. So what does that mean? Why is that the other option?
Then what other option is there?
You're saying that because you can't think of another option, that those are your two. Is that
Mm-hmm.
what
And
it
I'm
is?
asking you, what are the other option?
The things always existed.
But where did that, like, I mean, it has to start from somewhere.
Why?
Let it.
What do you mean, why? Because there's always a beginning and an end to things.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why do you assume there is always a beginning and an end?
Because it has to be. Something always has a start.
Why do you assume that?
Because that makes logical sense.
You say it makes logical sense.
Mm-hmm. You're disingenuous with these questions. What do you mean, what is logic? Like, are you looking
When
for
you
the
say
dictionary
Actually,
definition?
no sense that everything has a beginning and an end, I'm asking what
You're looking
when
for
you
the
say
dictionary
actually,
no,
definition? Are
I want to
you?
know, and I'm asking
I mean, beginning, right? A starting. Like, there has.
if there is a beginning, a start point, a starter, even, right? A God. Where does that begin?
I can't tell you. I don't know that is. I don't think anybody knows.
So you're saying that you feel like there's a God there that started things.
That started yeah, like in my
Stop.
opinion. Mm-hmm.
Right, because you feel like everything needs to have a beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because everything needs a beginning, you decided that there is a beginner.
There's a beginner. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So why do you assume that there is a beginner? Shouldn't it need a beginning also?
I think
if everything needs a beginning.
yeah, I get what you're saying. I think that creator could also come from something that I can't think beyond that at this moment. But I've entertained that, that process, and I wanted to understand that, but there's no answer there. I don't know where everything began, but to me at least, maybe that creator is like limitless. I don't know what the right word is, but maybe
You get to-
limitless or
You get to I don't know where everything began, but you assume that there is a beginner. Why do you not stop at the I don't know if there's a beginner or a beginning? Why add that you know there's a beginning and a beginner?
I didn't claim I know. I just think that is my belief system, right? Belief system
Sure.
doesn't have to be.
Sure, I
Excuse me.
understand that
Belief
it's.
system doesn't have to be like I know, right? It's
I
a
appreciate
belief.
that.
Mhm.
Why then believe that?
Because like I said, it makes sense to me, and also like certain things that happened in my life, it's not like for it to be a coincidence, it just doesn't make sense. Like there has to be some sort of power governing certain things. But again, that is anecdotal, so like those kind of experiences
Has to be.
kind of
Yeah. I think Hammy's got a question, Lori.
Yeah. Are you familiar with what the laws of thermodynamics are, Lori?
I've heard of it, but I mean, you can tell me what exactly you're trying to touch on regarding this topic.
Yeah, the laws of thermodynamics, they go by another name, which is the law of the conservation of energy. Because these laws all speak about energy. The first law of thermodynamics is that energy can either be created or destroyed. It just changes forms. So
I've heard
we
of
see
that.
this in Yeah, so we see this in things like, going from potential energy to kinetic energy. But if something can't be created, if something can't be destroyed, what would be another name for that?
I guess infinity. I don't.
Yeah, it would mean that it doesn't have a beginning nor an end, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, it doesn't have a beginning or an end. How can you say that every
Mm-hmm.
so if energy doesn't have a beginning or an end, how
I mean, again, for me, the same time for me, I just think that and everything that we know of, he is not an
so
exception to other creation that we see in this
but
world.
we just went over the fact that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, which means that it wasn't created. It didn't have a beginning. It didn't have an end. It doesn't have an end. So why would you believe that a God created something that can't be created?
Mm, I mean, I have to look into that a little bit more because I've heard of that, like energy is neither created nor destroyed. It's I guess like physics 101. I don't know. At the same time, I don't know too much about it, so I want to like read a little bit more about all that stuff. So, but to me, still, I think, um, even knowing that, um, I just still believe that there's still a creator.
So
Maybe
you
he
believe
is
that?
a form of energy. I don't know, but
Well, Lori, I just want to make it clear here. So even though you know that it can't be created or destroyed, you still believe that there was a creator that created something that can't be created.
why can't he be part of that energy? Like, what if, God
He
is a
can
form
be.
of energy?
However,
Uh-huh.
however, like that's fine. However, that means that he didn't create everything. Because if energy is a part of him, he did not create it. So it's perfectly fine, but then you'd have to give up this idea that this God created everything, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, again, I question certain things still, but at the same time, like I said, um, again, this is anecdotal and I understand certain things that happened in my life, like what are the chances? You know what I mean? So to me, that kind of makes me conclude that there must be some sort of energy or creator kind of navigating this or like overshadowing
You
this entire universe and like
so the thing
controlling
is
things,
that you said what are the chances of it happening?
Mm-hmm.
The chances it's still still possible that it happened, right? Because it happened.
But it's just that
I
like
I
it's
can
hard
I
for
can
me
pick
to
out
say it just happened because
well
chances or it's
well
just
Laura,
like luck,
I can pick out any instance in my life where I can say the same thing. For
I'm
instance, I was in
sure,
the
yeah, a
army.
lot of people
I
could
was in
say
the
the
army.
same
What
thing.
were the chances that whenever I was going through the army, that I joined up at exactly the moment to where whenever I went to AIT, I was the last person who got introduced into the last person to do this particular type of training in the way that they did it. I was the very last person to do that because after me, they switched it up. So, what are the chances of that? Like we can do that, but the thing is like chances are that it's at least half.
Mm-hmm.
So, I
Yeah, but
so whenever
also
you
just
say
like
that,
certain things.
I
Yeah, but
so whenever
also
you
just
say
like
that,
certain things, right? Like um with my me not to believe that of governing this, you know what I
Lori,
mean?
I have the same thing with my with the person I'm seeing, right? I have like a story where it's like it seems like fate, we were destined to be together type of deal,
Mm-hmm.
right? But that doesn't mean that these statistics aren't real, and that it doesn't mean that it couldn't happen again. These are just like the thing is like you're using this. It seems to me that you're using this as a way to kind of say that I already had this position, and this is now what I'm using to back up this position, right?
No, it's like I'm not saying like I'm not. I've always questioned my belief system, but I'm just saying that like for me there are reasons outside of physics and things that you gave. For me, there's like other things that makes me believe or have this belief system
What
because
I'm
it
hearing
just.
is Lori cannot
Mhm.
question her beliefs. She has a presumption that this is what is, and no matter what other evidence or questions are asked, there's no questioning the belief that there is a God. Am I correct, Lori?
I mean, I think you're just saying that because you expected me to change my mind,
Not
but.
trying to, nope, not trying to
Mhm.
get you to change your mind at all. What does it mean to question your beliefs, Lori?
Like what I'm doing right now,
I'm sorry, what are you doing right now?
questioning my belief by having a conversation with you guys.
In what way are you questioning your belief?
I'm listening to what he has to say. I am having a conversation system. Isn't that questioning it? If I believed in it, why would I have conversation about it? If I'm
So,
set stone in my ways.
so you're saying because you're actually willing to talk about and say what you believe, that is you questioning it just by saying
Correct.
it.
Like hearing other people's opinion on it and what they have to say and saying like I'll look into the other avenues that presented. That is
Let me
a
ask you,
form
Lori.
of questioning it.
Lori, is there any chance, any possibility in your mind that you could be wrong?
Of course I could be wrong. You could be wrong as well, right? Nobody
Absolutely. I'm not
100% wrong
presenting
knows,
something
right?
at the moment. But
Hmm.
Lori, so you feel that there being a creator or there being a God.
Absolutely. Yeah, of course. Nobody
Okay.
knows.
So what do you think might compel you to believe that there is no God?
Again, looking into other things that he presented, right? If I am presented with like a super is how the universe came about or like convincing, like I guess proof, because right now it's all like people kind of philosophizing, like that's how it looks like to me,
Do
like
you think
everyone
that
has.
science, the
I'm not denying, that's
lambda-cidium,
not what I'm saying, I'm not
I'm
denying
sorry,
science, but
do you think
energy
that
does not
science is just
really.
philosophizing?
A little bit, because nobody knows, not even scientists know, right? I think they have ideas, right, where they think it came about, but I don't think there's a conclusive, like.
So because they don't have a conclusive way in which the universe began, then you isn't a God.
For now, I would like to believe that.
You would like to believe. Why would
Serves me. I think understanding that there's a creator is a comfort thing for me as well, whether that is real or not. I don't belong in any
how is it
denomination.
how is it comforting to believe that there is a creator?
Just like it's almost like looks over the world and he watches over us and he helps us out. Like it's kind of just like having a that like really.
So it's comforting to assume that there's a creator there.
Correct. Yeah. Like,
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not taking. You keep interrupting me. I get to my questions. So you assume that there is a creator there that you find comforting because it created things. That's somehow comforting to know. In what way does it interact or protect?
like I said, certain things in my life where I feel like I was protected, and those situations where things could have been much worse. I graduated in STEM. I work in tech. I'm a data engineer. I didn't think I was gonna make it in that because I was like literally the like very small group of women were in my class. So things like that, right? Like having faith that I'm gonna make it, and certain things like meeting the right people and kind of things like that. Like I felt
Are
like
you saying
there was
because
guidance in
your life turned out a certain way, things happened for you in a certain way, that feels like you were guided or protected by
Correct.
I'm sorry, by the creator of the universe?
Correct.
How does that imply the creator of the universe protected you if you happened to be good at academics or lucky in placement?
Again, like I said, I don't like to think of it as luck because the chances of certain things happening tends to be small when
Okay,
I think of
you're
it as
getting
a luck.
fixated on the word luck.
Uh-huh.
It's not intended to be like an accurate time I've asked you a question. You find one word within the question to fixate on, to derail. It tells me that you're not really hearing the question or you don't like the question. You just want to focus.
I don't
What was the
appreciate
rest?
being psychoanalyzed, but
What
go
was
ahead.
the rest of my question?
Can you repeat your question? Because you said a lot of things. So I don't know what your question is.
Does anybody else have a question for this guest? I'm done.
No.
Cool. All right. If anybody's got a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up.
How's it going, Thrayle?
Oh, it's going great. I wouldn't say it's going, Hemi. Going implies.
Going implies the destination or track or course or route being taken.
Yeah.
Sorry, my annoying little demonstration.
I loved the demonstration. I was making a deprecating joke about how it went over my head. So I'm like, yeah.
Unfortunately, and this is a big unfortunately, we missed a gift goal.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. And we've only got believers who want to argue with questions instead of actually question their beliefs. So, why am I here?
We're here because somebody who can question their beliefs is going to have an excellent conversation with them, and that's why we're here.
Is this manifestation?
This is a positive attitude.
I don't have any pickles and can't set them out in the moonlight, but I should go ahead and make sure that I do think Maria and Alex Kyle, also insomnia, Jimmy, Danny, Grax, Jace, Shell, and Morgan Le Fay for helping with the previous goal. Do appreciate you guys.
Alex Kyle, that's the person who said you were one of his TikTok heroes earlier today. I was telling you about.
We're being very heroic this evening, this morning. All of our heroics are heroic.
I did get somebody to get to I Don't Know, which was fantastic.
You did very well, Hammy. Nearly did so twice until they started arguing with the I Don't Know.
Indeed.
My narcissism, someone decided I'm a narcissist. I didn't psychoanalyze you, but you're definitely doing that to me. Fascinating. Oh, now it's this. Oh my. You're gonna keep doing it everywhere you go.
I saw a little bit of that, and I was like, May I say it's funny that she said a woman to have faith, but not once did faith get brought up when she was up here.
I didn't hear faith, I heard argument with every question asked.
Yeah. But down in the comments, she wants to bring up faith.
I might need more blueberry coffee.
You're doing that, Cat. You can tell us about Coco.
For one, it's not Coco. For two, I already did in the comments, but it's fine. And what I was gonna tell you, water pulp.
Flesh and the pulp.
Sorry, hold on. Tyler needs my hotspot real quick.
Mm-hmm. But then she got raptured for the hot spot.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm here.
Yes.
So when you take a pod that grows on a tree, you open the pod up, there's seeds. You take the seeds out. You then take the pulp and you press the pulp into the sweetest, most delicious juice you will ever drink in your life.
Chocolate juice without it being chocolate.
So it's not chocolate at all. It's really just like sweet, a little bit tangy. And it's like something that is not a lot of pulp in these. They're mostly seed, right? So you have to harvest like hundreds of them
to then press them into a juice, and it doesn't make very much, but it's so good.
Into making chocolate?
Yeah, the seeds are what you make chocolate out of. So you can.
We get it.
So when you open the pot up, how I usually eat them is like I'll like pull a seed off with the flesh still around it and just eat it like that, because they're like really like, cacao is bitter, right? So you get the bitter, like chocolatey taste, and then the sweetness from the I have a bunch of little cacao trees all over. Like it's one of my it's a thing I really enjoy growing.
Or was it just the cookies
Cookies.
making fun of your nose? Because it sounded like eat for a second, and I was like,
I
that
think
didn't
Amy's
sound like the
having audio
cookies.
hallucinations.
That was a cookie.
Probably.
No, that might have been no, that was a cookie.
You have to gaslight Hammy into thinking he's crazy. What are you doing?
I guess like
doing
means
it
something.
wrong.
I honestly would have believed it too, Thrayle.
All my
I'm not gonna
lighters are
lie.
dead, Thrayle. All my lighters are dead.
Uh-oh.
And I don't
Here
have
you
any
go.
matches.
You could smack two rocks together. You live near a volcano.
Just go get some lava. Light that gas right up.
But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, we're not here to gaslight you. We really do want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Because Kat doesn't want to feel alone and needs validation.
Shut up. I looked at. No, nothing more than that.
I like the docu-series I started watching, Thrayle.
I feel like I should ask you about that.
It's really, really good. Well,
Interesting title. Is it a Rick and Morty documentary?
no, it's a title about Schmidtler and the Schmancy Party of Germany.
Did he not get the sarcasm there?
No, I don't think
Got
he
the
did.
sarcasm. I got it. I just was.
Oh, I see. He's not in my shenanigans this evening. I got you.
He thinks he's better than the sarcasm.
No shenanigans tonight. sarcasm. I got it.
Not in.
No making myself smarter. Partially not wanting to, partially wanting to.
What does making yourself smarter mean?
Learning things that I didn't know before.
Why has that kept you away from us?
I've been watching it while I'm at work and while I'm at home because it's long documentaries and docuseries.
Oh, what else have you learned about besides the schmaltzies?
How much of a piece of shit Vince McMahon is.
Okay. Interesting.
That was fun. Yeah. I've also... It started by watching the show Heels, and then started watching other shows, but then I started watching... I came across one... Zodiac. And then after I watched about the Zodiac, I was... it said things just like this, and it's just other docu-series, and there was one on McMahon and wrestling in general, and then I came across this one after that was done.
So WWE led to you.
Because I was learn more about shitty people.
That's so funny. The Zodiac is like one of my favorite like true crime like mysteries of all time.
So much.
Oh, me too. Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised Thrayle didn't take that as a chance to say that me saying that I love serial killers.
Sounds like you're questioning yourself there, Hammy. Something you feel insecure about?
Purely for academic reasons.
It was a really fun time in American history when everybody was saying that Ted Cruz was the Zodiac killer.
Oh my god, I love that. I love that one so much. The funniest thing about that is the fact that he totally is Zodiac. As a matter of fact, the docuseries I watched on him thing where people have brought
Since Ted Cruz
during that time, everybody was apparently Zodiac because if you believed these tips that were coming in at the time, because somebody would be like, my neighbor is, my brother-in-law is, you know, this person, my third grade teacher is my brother-in-law is the Zodiac.
woman.
Mine too. They must have both been the Zodiac. She got around.
He got around.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
Mine was
She got around.
My third grade teacher was a redheaded lesbian named B. And I feel like our B.
I feel like we're getting derailed.
Fun fact: the one who is most likened for the Zodiac actually was a teacher.
That's not a fun fact. That's a scary fact. Okay.
It is a scary fact.
I thought it was a police officer.
That one person has come up with, the dude here on TikTok. But The one that they likened for the teacher named last name of Allen. Uh, his middle name was Lee. He it was the same size shoe that he wore. On top of that, there was so much. There was the fact that the timelines of him and the Zodiac matched up perfectly, as far as whenever he was active, and then whenever the Zodiac stopped. Was also the time frame whenever he was in the same a mental ward, and then whenever he got out, shortly after getting out is whenever they started up again, and a bunch of other stuff. But we've been what the fuck, so I gotta shut up.
Right. Look, I made an angrier frozen hell with pigs flying and demons playing polo.
Aw, that's me.
Oh God. Well, not God, actually.
But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, that is what the fuck we're talking about. If you can question that belief, then go ahead and request Anna. We're not here to debate or argue, just to see, well, if you can question, and what is your belief anyways, and why.
I changed my approach on this painting yet again. Oh, shit.
Hello, Elizabeth. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe that we can all tap into if we choose to. I believe that every religion is screaming about the same source. That one religion tapped in and saw him blue one day, and one religion tapped in and saw it green and saw a knife. And that's how we get all the different religions, is that each human experienced the source of power this way, and they described it, and that's how...
Why do you think that they're all experiencing a source of power and not just making up their own stories to fill in what they don't know?
They may have been. I tapped into it though. I
When you
tapped
say
into it. I know
when
it
you say you
exists.
tap into it, what do you mean by that?
It's brutal. It's not a good thing to do. Like, I did a lot of do you know what shadow work is? Like where you dive into your thoughts.
You mean like Carl Jung, kind of?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. What do you mean by shadow work?
Like when you realize hurt people. So then when you go look back at all the people that have hurt you, they hurt you because someone hurt them and they knew no better. And you reluctantly forgive them or scream
Okay.
into the earth.
So people do things because other people did things to them, and they're doing what
Ignorant
they
to
ought
what
to
they're
do.
doing to you.
Yeah.
They're surviving. Yes.
So what does that have to do with tapping into source, as you said?
Because you have to claim your power back. You have to realize that all these humans that did these things are not you, and you wouldn't have done those things, and that's unfortunate. But also, they have nothing to do with what you're doing right right now. You're sitting wherever you're sitting right now. Are they touching you? No, they're not.
Right. So,
Are they around you? No, they're not.
what does any of that have to do with tapping into source? I'm still confused what that has to do with that.
Because you have to melt. That's how I found
Melt
it.
down the ego.
You have to figure out why your thoughts are their thoughts and if they even are your thoughts. Because most of the time, there's someone else's thoughts that are planted into your
Else's thoughts.
Yes, like your mom or dad's. Like you're fat, you're ugly, or it's someone from school. Someone said something at one time and you believed it.
What?
Whatever it is, like whatever your insecurity is, it's because some human said it one day, and for whatever reason, it stuck, and
Okay.
you have to dissolve it.
So just believe things other people tell them, and including
Yes,
the things about themselves.
yes,
How is it that you're not just believing the things that someone told you?
because I realized that they weren't my thoughts. I would never think those things about me. I would never say that about me, ever, ever. Think about yourself as a little child.
Yeah. Moment there, Elizabeth. I think maybe Hammy will take us in a different direction.
You're talking a lot about how hurt people and
Yes.
stuff. And like hurt people.
It's because someone hurt them and they knew no better. That's
Okay,
what they
but then if I'm hurt from somebody hurting me, that would necessitate that I continue that down the line, correct?
person, yes. But if you choose not to, then you
So then it's not true. So then it's not true that hurt people hurt people.
Only if you didn't get hurt by the people. What I'm talking about is people that have hurt me. I realize hurt people. No, we don't have abundance. Do I hurt people?
But I'd asked you. I asked you if that is always the case, and you said yes. So that by that definition, that means I would have to then hurt people.
Absolutely
Would
not.
it not?
Nope, you're changing my words. I said the person that hurt you was hurt by someone. But I also said you can change the path. You don't have to hurt the person.
What if the person who hurt me wasn't actually hurt and they've had a great life?
That's not true then. So if someone hurts you, something hurt them for them to hurt you.
You're saying
yes. This is a learned.
How did you determine that? How did you determine?
It's just how I found it. A person who has never been hurt will never hurt anybody.
Have you verified that somehow?
Constantly.
Have you verified that somehow, Elizabeth?
Me?
Yes.
Have I ever felt that hurt people don't hurt people? Yes.
Okay, you're missing the question. Mm-hmm. Have you verified somehow that every single person who hurt someone was necessarily hurt? That there's nobody ever who has hurt someone that wasn't already hurt themselves?
Yes.
How did you verify that?
I just found it that way. But no one, it's not a taught trait.
Tell me where you found it.
I found it inside myself and around the humans that I've observed.
So you've assumed it.
And you're
hurt by someone, it's because they were probably hurt by someone.
Yeah, and I've known people And I've known people, known them my entire life, known that they were raised in a great, great family, have never been hurt, and that they have hurt other people.
How could you know what happened to these people? That's a broad statement.
Because I grew up in a small town where everybody knows everybody, basically.
I've lived in the same small town my whole life. That's a broad fucking
so
statement.
how did we verify that there's never been anyone in the history of humanity that hurt someone that wasn't already hurt themselves?
You do understand that you made the exact same claim, right?
Who? Me or him?
You made the same claim that Hammy did. That you know that people who haven't hurt people will never.
Who? Me or him?
You made the same claim that Hammy did.
I'm saying this is the patterns that I've seen. Hurt people hurt people. People that haven't been hurt.
From my life,
Catchphrases.
Yeah, realize. But I, from my personal experience, from my life, I've seen the exact opposite.
Well, tell me how you've seen the exact opposite. Enlighten me, please.
Because I grew up around people, and I been with them quite often, and I know that they've never been hurt, and that they've still gone off and hurt other people.
Never been hurt. But that's the thing. How do you know?
So I grew up with them.
I will say, Hammy, her question is actually very good.
It is. But the thing is, it can be returned back on her.
Exactly. How do you know that people who have hurt people have all been hurt themselves? Is there no way that they weren't hurt?
I don't know.
It not be done by accident?
Maybe. I don't know. I just know for a fact that hurt people hurt people. And from my experience, people that haven't been hurt do not hurt
Do you know it for a fact because it's a catchy phrase? Or do you know it for a fact because you have observed?
Because I've lived it. Time and time
you've lived it.
Time again.
Because you've lived it and you've seen that people who are hurt.
The truth that I have seen, and that is the knowledge I give y'all. Take what you want with it.
Is that all you came up here to say then, Elizabeth?
I walked up and then we got on this subject, and that's where we've landed. What would you like to talk about?
To know why you believe that there is a source of all that you can tap into.
Because there is. I don't know how to answer that.
It's kind of the same thing. So it sounds to me like you want to, or you do actually what?
I do actually know.
Oh, that wasn't what I was going to say. See, that's what happens when you assume. I wasn't going to say it doesn't sound like you actually know. I was going to say it doesn't sound. See, I'm still talking, and you're assuming things. It sounds like you don't actually question your beliefs, like you can't.
I don't question my beliefs, actually.
Why did you request up?
Why would you care what we think?
Because I have to deal with humans every day. All day, every day. And I like to hear the human aspect of things.
Wouldn't it be easier to hear the human aspect of things, to listen to? Easier to hear the human aspect of things, to listen to other humans. Why do you believe it, right? We're asking everyone who comes up to see if they can question their beliefs. if you can't question your beliefs and you're not interested in questioning your beliefs, then it's not really,
You should
you're
say
talking
something.
at the moment. I can't hear you. Go ahead.
I feel like that should say something. It's not that I question my beliefs. I just like to hear y'all's opinions on it. It's not that I don't know. I do know.
Why? How is it that things whenever they
Because I
give you
have to
their
do
opinions? Wait, you don't even know what I was about to ask.
it. I'm sorry.
So don't even know what I was opinions on things when people give.
It's I'm trying to balance with dealing with humans in the truth, I guess, and how to say you're wrong in a more polite manner, I guess, because I offend.
How to say you're wrong in a more polite manner.
We don't tell people that they're wrong here, so.
Well, fucking yes, yes, yes.
So you said that you always lived in this small town, so you think that the small town you live in is indicative of what people do in, say, a village in Africa.
I don't care anything about my small town, but I do like to walk into the woods a lot, and I feel like
I'm talking more or less about the people aspect here that we've been discussing, where you said that, where you said that hurt people, and all that. You just now said that what happens in your town is indicative of the rest of the world. And if that's the case, then I want to know, how have you determined that what happens in your town is the same thing that happens in a town in, say, Brazil? Or if that's the case, then I want to know, is the same thing that happens in a place in.
what do you mean? Can you ask that question? I don't know what that means.
So, do you know what the term indicative means, right?
I don't think so. Is it a contradiction?
No, it means that it's like it indicates so what happens in your small town is indicating what happens in the rest of the world, which means it's an example of what's happening in the rest of the world.
That's not what I said. I said what's happening inside of yourself is what's going to happen as long as you allow it to. You have to control yourself to control the outside world. If you're at peace, watch how much peaceful the world around you becomes. If you're mad, watch how mad. Did you know that you're the only human in this entire world that has the perspective that you had? No one has seen the world.
Now, Elizabeth, if you can't question your beliefs, you say you only requested up here to hear other people. I think the best way to do that would be to do it from the comments, because it doesn't seem that you're capable of participating. So if anybody is, if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate. I'm not trying to win anything. I'm not trying to convince you that I'm right or to agree with me. I just want to know if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, well then what is it and why? Hello, Patricia. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
They didn't mean to be up there.
Sorry, I get it now. Oh, hello there, Valen. We've got a lot of background echo. I'm gonna go ahead and set you down while you sort out whatever your echo is. Get some headphones or something. But if you did mean to request up, get that sorted, come on back. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. No worries, Patricia. Appreciate you anyways. Appreciate everybody who's listening, tapping the screen, sharing the live, or if you just come in here to fall asleep, I appreciate you too.
You know, Thrayle. Realize.
I saw your comment like 20 minutes ago, and I know you've been just dying to say it.
I love it. Anytime somebody says something similar, I always love to go to that one.
You say realize, but Hemi, what is reality?
Oh,
Good
I
Lord.
love it. I was about to answer in a joking manner, but then I saw the background. I love it so much. Because I was going to say, according to Thanos, reality is whatever I want it to be.
I created a background monster completely by accident.
Mm-hmm.
One suggestion, one time.
You say you created, but what even is creation? I don't think I understand.
Oh my god. Yeah, there it is.
Are you going to tell me it has something to do with frequency or some...
You finally got it.
Mm-hmm. Some kind of quantum thing? Is that what this is all about? That raises a question on its own.
This is my favorite one.
But it could be about soul.
Oh, fuck.
That
What it actually
question.
is about is what the fuck is wrong with you, Thrayle?
I don't have that one ready.
Damn it.
Dang, we got the one that he doesn't have ready.
Yeah.
I thought he did. That's why I said it, because he said
I didn't get that.
I was going to
work on that. Yeah. I only got a few. I got a half dozen done. They take longer than you think.
Just for whenever I come up here.
It's not like I have free will or anything.
Oh my god.
Just for when I'm up here, you should have one that says, "Why are you wrong?"
I'm particularly proud of this. It just turns the mermaid and the devil into marionettes. I'm supposed to do everyone, but I couldn't get one that did it.
Also, the devil is wearing like a biker vest.
Right, it is a little different from the main background. Oops, that's not it. There it is. Nope, that's not it either. So now I have too many backgrounds. Oops. There it is. So that and that.
The other one was more like a jacket.
Yeah.
Like he's about to go and teach a class on philosophy. Yeah. That one looks like he just came out of the Hells Angel Biker Club.
This is absolutely fucking absurd.
That's another idea.
What is absurd?
But instead I went this way.
I do like the background, as far as like whenever it is tied with nothing. Because
It was
otherwise
between
it'd just be
this or a
blank.
black. Yeah, it was this or a black void, and I was like, well, that's. But then, if it's gonna be something, let's make it something visually appealing.
Yeah. I would, if I had seen the Black Void version and then this one, I'd say go with this one.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're back on this. We're still here, where we always are, to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Energy goddess, what the fuck?
I need to incorporate that into one. I think I can incorporate them. I don't know if it's still in the roll here. No, just be on the camera roll.
My hammy version also has been cast aside, cat, so don't worry.
Yeah, he had his hammy, what the fuck.
He doesn't love us anymore, that's what it is.
What it is, love.
Oh god, here, fuck.
Okay, I do have 2 books on Zodiac coming in.
Oh, that's good. That'll be interesting. Do you see the background?
Do you? It's the words why I said it. It's even got teddy bears.
I like this one because it's full of teddy bears.
Thank you, Bats. Appreciate that.
The one book on Zodiac that's coming in was written by that cartoonist who was there during the entire time. Yeah. Yeah, that one.
It's a good movie.
Who was...
Despite Jake Gyllenhaal, it was still a good movie. I just don't think he's that good of an actor, but... Oh, damn it.
Well, it was nice being friends with you, kid.
That's fair.
If that was the...
You know, I've been... What do you mean that's wild? You've seen it.
That's true, but it's still wild.
It's still wild. Yeah, it is still wild. You're right.
It is wild because, like, I just
He's not
like
that good of an actor.
that the petty stuff like that would just be like I can jokingly argue all day, be like, he's a phenomenal actor or whatever, but like none of it would be serious because I just, why would I waste my energy on being that petty?
I mean, right. What even is energy? What it is.
Oh, you're gonna get me to change the screen again. Well, before I do that, I'm gonna thank Bridget, Ms. Bear, also Shell, Bats, and Cat. And Bridget's question is entirely valid.
Which is what? What the fuck are we talking about? Sorry, I'm looking at this painting. Right?
Bridget's asked, what the fuck is energy?
Yep.
It's not blurry. It's moving.
It's standing in one spot in Thrayle. I feel like this is another gaslight attempt.
I've rushed one of the layers.
Oh god, here we go.
May have.
Because it is a sandwich after all.
May have.
Of course. What?
Ophelia.
It's also an American.
It is also that.
Yes. It's a good thing she's not here. She would have dropped me for that.
Probably.
Yeah,
Probably
absolutely.
still might.
She might. Wait, how would she? Unless you tell her.
Well, how do you know she's not here?
Well, because I haven't been dropped yet.
God doesn't exist because he hasn't smoked me yet.
Yeah, that too.
Do you hear the assumptions you're making?
This isn't an assumption. I have evidence of that.
You have an absence of evidence. Is that evidence of absence?
No. I have evidence that. This isn't an assumption. I have evidence of that.
An absence.
Say that. She dropped. And repeatable.
It's more than going to be snowing. We are looking at a very, very, at least according to the forecast I looked at, a very similar snap as 2021's. 4 days below freezing, at least. With lots of, precipitation expected.
It's supposed to get down to like the 20s down here.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. So,
it's disgusting.
We know what happened last time.
Yeah. I gotta go get propane tomorrow.
I did that today.
Do you want to build a snowman?
Yeah, Cat DeWitch, but we don't have infrastructure for that. So
it's not very cold friendly.
Not at all. God's higher power or anything like that. To questioning your beliefs, if you can question your beliefs, that is, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I don't want to burgle your God, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know if you can what you believe, and why do you believe it?
You know, the more gods you have in the shed, the warmer it will be in there.
That's true, maybe. I don't know. For that to happen, I think they would have to actually take up space.
Well, maybe. Maybe just their energy will warm the shed.
Oh no. I'm not changing the screen again. What the fuck?
It's the thing that gods are made up of.
Hope.
No, it's energy. I just said that.
Are you saying energy is hope and assumption?
No, I'm saying that energy is what gods are made up of.
It sounds like we're saying the same thing. I'm not hearing a difference. Hammy, is there some language barrier happening here? Damn it, Hammy.
That was so good.
Hello, Salmos 23. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Only 5.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You a bitch, nigga.
I see. That's unfortunate. She'll let him stay.
We're talking
Wear
about
himself out.
Well, Rainbow Light, we are talking about people's belief in the God, God's higher power, or anything like that.
Hammy, last night, maybe the night before, Thrayle just let one of those, he thought he was going to let him tire himself out. And so he sat there and shrieked for like 20 seconds, just like shrieking at it. He was trying.
Did he end up tiring himself out?
No,
I ended up dropping him because I expected
he wasn't tiring you out.
Yeah, he just kept going.
He was not running out of steam. The little engine that could shriek racial slurs on a TikTok live.
He kept going and thought he could. He thought he could.
God. We are so funny.
Oh, maybe we can convince ourselves.
But I'm funny.
Is it still working?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
questionable and dogmatic?
That's what I was just about to.
I know.
What about dogmats?
The belief that I am in fact funny.
Funny.
Anything that makes me laugh.
So you make you laugh.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
mm-hmm.
Does it? How does it benefit you to assume that you are funny?
Well, I don't assume that I am funny. The evidence that I am funny is that
How can you be sure that the laughter is genuine?
well, because it's me, so I would know if it wasn't.
Does it come from your belly?
It does often, yeah.
Are you sure that you're not just subconsciously placating yourself
No,
with, you're sure?
no, I'm not sure. No,
You're not sure, so you could
that
be
doesn't mean it's
subconscious.
not. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's not dogmatic and unquestionable.
I think that's antithetical to what you just demonstrated.
What do you mean? How?
I tell people all the time.
Right, exactly. That's basically.
I didn't quite hear that. In your answer, I heard you question your dogma by admitting that you could be laughing just to placate yourself.
Right, I could be, but then I would still be funny to myself. Even if it is
I think you are
even if
so
it is,
questioning that you can't even cosplay dogmatic.
I think
How
that's a
do
very
you-
high compliment.
What's the difference between her placating herself and it being her actually thinking she's fun?
There's functionally no difference, but that doesn't mean it isn't possible. That is an incredibly high compliment, Thrayle. I feel really good about that. I really like that.
I don't know that I can cosplay as dogmatic, except sandwiches.
I don't know that you... Yeah, no, actually, the sandwich is fucking hella dogmatic.
That's because you actually are dogmatic, Cammy.
You're nice like Galaxy.
My dogmatic.
Thank you, Noi.
Hammy, is it, do any gods exist?
I don't believe so, no.
Why not?
Depends on the gods we're in question because each god is different. So the reason why I don't believe that those gods exist will have differing levels of reasoning and evidence.
Have evidence that no gods exist, or do you just not have evidence that any gods exist? Is absence of evidence evidence that a thing doesn't exist?
It could not exist. I also don't hold to the position that I am infallible. I do believe that I could be wrong.
I'm trying to make Hammy dogmatic and he's not letting me.
Nope. But if I were to, I could try to cosplay dogmatism within my atheism, but let's see here. For that particular question, I probably would say that yes.
You have said that to me before.
I have heard you say that before.
I don't think I've ever said that. I think I've said what I'd said just a little bit ago, which is that it's not necessarily, but it's indicative that it could not exist. I also could be wrong. I could have said that. My memory's not always that great.
fucking comments.
I get it.
That's really funny. I can't do
Nick's
impressions.
gonna give it to you.
Yeah, I can't do a DMX impression. Unfortunately, I'm too much of a 120-pound, 5'4" white girl. But it's a good
A
idea.
lot higher.
That's the thing about it. I am that, and I sound like that.
It sounds like somebody who is about to ask you what is it that you put in the mayonnaise because it's a bit too spicy.
Oh no, that's not true. But I do consistently cook things that are apparently too spicy for my partner. I don't mean to do that. But apparently I keep accidentally doing it. They're not too spicy for me. I don't know. Not my fault he's a baby.
Did we put Morgan to sleep?
I think we might have. We put Rav to sleep, we put Hazel to sleep, we put Morgan to sleep.
Mm-hmm. That's true, Bats. Bats' voice has some incredible range.
Yeah, I wish mine did. That's
It really
awesome.
does.
I know, and that is awesome. But I wish mine did. It just hurts to try to.
Do you have a Thrayle impression?
No, I do not. I don't have an anybody impression. I don't do impressions because I'll embarrass myself, and I don't like to be embarrassed.
I love embarrassing myself.
I don't like it at all. I don't like to be embarrassed. It's a character flaw. I do understand this, but it's true.
I'm not sure that disliking embarrassment is a character flaw.
I don't handle it very well. I mean, I don't handle it like super poorly either. I just like, it makes me feel emotional, and I don't like that.
I love it because it means everybody's having a good time.
Yeah, I'm not having a good time.
I am because I like to laugh at myself sometimes.
I think Hammy just gave us permission to make him the butt of the joke.
He did that like 6 months ago. He did.
I did that probably whenever I first came in.
I think that might have been how he introduced himself. Maybe not.
Very, very possible.
I introduced myself because I wanted to tell that dumb guy how dirt was made. We don't
That's
know
right,
where
I remember that.
We don't know where dirt comes from, so it must be
my
God.
That dude, I swear. I think I was in the comments. People say we don't know how dirt is made. I'm like, what?
That was one of the first nights I ever came in here, and it was the first night I ever came up on panel. And the reason I had requested was because that was driving me, and like I was like, no, we're not saying dirt equals God. We're not doing it.
It's funny. I was introduced to Thrayle via Pigeon.
I was introduced to Thrayle via Philly interviewing Trust But Verify.
I was introduced to Thrayle by waking up one day as Thrayle.
Interesting. Riveting.
If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, Perhaps
And
you
you
can
want to
give
be
us some
introduced to
riveting
Thrayle.
conversation.
I'm
Different
sorry.
directions.
It was a good tie-in, though. The riveting thing was good. Oh, it's Kung Pao. Hi, Kung Pao.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Doing all right. How are
Good.
you?
I'm doing good. I actually accidentally pressed the button. I didn't mean to come up.
No worries. I'll set you back down.
Hey,
Appreciate
before you
as
do, let me say something.
always.
I've been on TikTok now for a month, right? And you guys are the most non-materialistic, like gift grubbing people I've on this app. I swear. Everyone else is like so like, oh, give me money, one way or another. But you guys aren't. It's pretty awesome.
Thanks.
But if you want to gift,
But if you want to give,
But don't hold back. Well,
Yeah.
anyways, good seeing you
I
guys.
appreciate you, Kung Pao.
Right on. Thank you.
Absolutely appreciate
Kung Pao.
you so much. Take care.
Okay.
also shout out to Kung Pao who gave us all like really nice gifts on Christmas. That was very sweet of him.
It was. But also shout out to Kung Pao for actually questioning his beliefs nearly every
Straight
time
up.
he's ever been on this panel. And doing so, I'd say, with quite an impressive amount of success.
And also like kindness and do you remember the first time he ever came up?
I do.
And he said he hit a point in the questioning. It was a question I asked him, and he said, I think this is my boundary. And that was awesome.
It was amazing. I can't think of another time where that is. Well, actually, I think I can. There's been a few other times where it's happened kind of like that, but never quite so concisely. Like, this is it. This is my wall. But I usually hear people start to put up defenses or get maybe wind back a little bit in their receptiveness to the questioning. But no, he was very deliberate, and I appreciated that.
there's a seagull.
Holy crap.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kung Pao. Those were
That's
beautiful.
amazing. Those are so cool. It sent me on Discord, and you said holy crap, and I was like, I gotta go back. I do love Amore's cat though. Sugar is fucking precious.
So much. That was badass.
Yeah, that was awesome. It is nice that like when you open TikTok, it shows you all the gifts that happened when you were like away. So if people gave cool gifts, you can like see them. I love this one. This one's a fave.
Wow. Thank you so much, Kung Pao. I appreciate you. I don't even have words.
That's amazing.
Wow. Wow. Thank you
W
so
Kung
much.
Pao.
Yeah, huge W's for Kung Pao.
That whale was cool.
The whale. I love the whale. It's
The whale was so
beautiful.
cool. More like Kung Lao, says Kylie.
Thank you, Kung Pao. Never trying to hustle you, never trying to find in your own questions. And I
Like,
appreciate you.
it's like you are the embodiment of like when there's like a guest that's really, really good, like there are several guests. There's a short list, right? Like of guests that we like remember as like really good at questioning, really kind, and like you're a great example of that. Really honest. Honest is good. Also, Valen, yes, Hawaii.
Morning, sleepyhead.
Shush.
Oh, somebody's grouchy.
Did you sleep well, Morgan? I think it was like an hour, maybe 2.
My hour of sleep, yeah. I tried to warn you.
I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you, Bats and Polly and Bridget. Thank you for helping with that goal. You guys are amazing.
My boundary is seagulls, Thrayle.
Your boundary is seagulls. Why is your boundary seagulls?
This one pooed on me whenever I was a kid. I've had a vendetta against them ever since.
So because a seagull pooed on you, you've had a vendetta since? Against
Yes.
all seagulls?
Seagulls.
Is it their fault for being seagulls?
It is their fault. That they all poo on people.
Do you have evidence of all seagulls pooing on people? This is beginning to sound dogmatic.
I am he's dogmatic about seagulls.
I was probably about 6 or 7 years old, and there was a pond in a park near my house where I used to go play. And I remember trying to feed the ducks and having, fun feeding the ducks, throwing them bread, and sometimes even getting them to yank the bread out from between my fingers. And there was a goose at this pond. I don't need to go into detail, but the goose didn't wait for me to hand it bread. And first it went for my fingers, and then it just went for me, because I wasn't quick enough.
Yeah, those things are mean.
Yes, and chalk and cheese, you are correct. Don't just go feeding ducks bread. I don't know if that's good for them. But this is the 80s, and we didn't know better. Yeah, I was kind of chased by the goose, and I remember it quite vividly, but I hold no ill will towards any other goose. And I don't even know that I hold ill will towards that one, because he was just,
Being a goose.
being a goose. Because it's what gooses do.
Gooses.
Yeah, well,
That's what I said.
fuck seagulls.
So, had a question about the seagull dogma, but then Thrayle had to tell his fucking goose story and I lost it.
Well, all you need to
I
know
was
is fuck
throwing out an
seagulls.
example to see, really, why do you hold a vendetta against seagulls if, other people who were actually physically attacked by a bird can drop their vendetta or not even develop one? Is it saying something about you or about seagulls?
Definitely the seagulls.
Have you ever been to Seattle?
No, that's too far north. And too far cold.
Don't go. They have the biggest seagulls I've ever seen in my life. Like, literally, I was standing on a street corner in downtown Seattle, and my friend was with me, and I looked over to my right, and there was, it had like eaten 2 other seagulls, and was like a big, huge mutant seagull. And I looked over at my friend, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And he was like, "You know what a seagull is? Like, I know you know what a seagull is." And I was like, "That's not a fucking seagull, dude. That's a monster."
I don't want to go to Seattle ever.
I love Seattle. It's one of my favorite cities, but those seagulls are fucking giant.
Originally because of the cold, but also now
It's
because
not
of
that
giant fucking seagulls.
It's not that cold, but the seagull.
It's cold.
Would you say you have a fear of seagulls?
No, I have an extreme dislike of seagulls.
Is this a prejudice against seagulls?
It is. I'm prejudiced against seagulls.
Would you say that this is rational in some way?
Pooed on by a seagull, so that's my extreme dislike of seagulls. I think that's very rational.
Is not wanting to get pooed on by seagulls really a good enough reason to have disdain for an entire species?
To be prejudiced against an entire species of bird.
Yes, it's very rational. Because every single time after that one time, when somebody would be wanting to feed the seagulls and I tell them no, they always poo on me. They don't poo on the people who feed them, just me.
Is it the seagull's fault that you were beneath its trajectory? Like, was it supposed to aim better?
It's supposed to not be around me.
Do you expect seagulls to have like perfect aim? How do you know it? How do you know it didn't try to miss and you got in the way?
So I stood in the same spot and they pooed on me.
Well, how do you know, like, how high up was the seagull when it pooed on you? It was
fairly
just
close.
Fascinating.
Still that seagull's fault. It should have known. It should have gone over there to where the people were feeding them, not by me.
Could it be that where the people were feeding it is, the last place it would want to defecate, and so you just happen to be in the place where it would defecate whether you were there or not. Sounds like it may have been your fault for standing where you were standing.
So I can't enjoy my spot at the beach.
Wait, do you
Even though
live
I
at the
don't like
beach?
sand. I don't live at the beach, but I'm very,
Does the
very close
seagull-
by it.
Who's more who's more at home at the beach, you or the seagull?
Me.
Really?
On that beach. Because I've been at that
hang
same
on,
beach and they haven't been there.
Just to clear, at the beach, then the seagull who openly and publicly defecated wherever it wanted at the beach.
Yes, because I have
Did
gone
you-
there and the seagulls haven't been there.
Did you openly and publicly defecate at the beach?
I don't openly and publicly defecate at the beach.
So wouldn't you say that the seagull felt more at home than you?
Feeling more at home and being more at home are two totally different things. I'm more at home there.
Because one other time you were there, the seagulls weren't?
Exactly. Which doesn't really matter because I'm so close to the beach and the shore that they come as far inland as where I live. I live on the beach. No, Cat, it is not the state bird of Utah. No. How dare they? What to Utah now?
You were
there that I would definitely go and see, but now, nope.
Fascinating.
Oh, Hammy, don't you want to come here? No, because y'all state bird is a fucking seagull.
If you have a belief in a god, or gods, or higher powers, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, that is what the fuck we are talking about. And so if that is you, go ahead and request on up. We're not here just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I thought about it, Claire. I did. Bird gone, Hammy.
Is there a bird that eats seagulls?
But I have watched a seagull eat a squirrel once. That was fascinating.
Really? Oh.
Holy shit.
I got Morgan now.
What the fuck?
Hell yeah, appreciate you, Kung Pao.
Thank you so much, Kung Pao.
Wow. I don't. Wow. Okay.
Huggy is now sending me seagull videos in Discord. That's not nice.
He probably deserved it.
Usually I do.
That went from a playful jab to disturbingly self-deprecating.
Self-deprecating humor is where I'm at.
Sebastian says I should kick Hammy for being disrespectful towards seagulls. I was thinking of doing it just because he's clearly firmly fixed in his, but then again, he's cosplaying. I did challenge him to it.
Yeah, I do have a dislike of seagulls, but it's not that bad.
Dracula says, kick me, kick me. Well, you're not on panel, I can't kick you. You'd have to join up, unless you mean just, like, kick you from the live, in which case, I mean, that's one way to do it, Cat. Do we actually have a request, or is that a ghost? They look like poltergeists to me. Maybe that one's real. Well, hello there, good old boy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh,
Hello?
Did you mean to request up?
Yes, I did.
Can I get your age?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
My allegiance goes to the Hebrew God Yahweh and his son Jesus.
And his son Jesus. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I've read a Bible beginning to end when I was a child. I guess you called it an adult Bible through and through.
An adult Bible. Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Some, yes. There's some I have trouble with, particularly the ones that we don't know who the author is. I believe in Jesus. I believe.
But as to, like, the 6-day creation or Adam and Eve, do you believe
6-day creation?
Yeah, the Genesis 1.
Yes.
You
Whether or not it was 24 hours is debatable because in the same Bible, there's an instance where God holds the sun in place for 3 hours to allow someone victory in a battle. So the sun came up, the sun went down.
Mm-hmm. So for you, it could be something other than a 24-hour day. But there are
Yes.
6 periods of time in which God created all that exists.
Spiritually, I've had experiences with the Holy Spirit and God where He has shown me things where, you know, it's not always as cookie cutter as we paint them. Even within Christian denominations, it's all, well, it said this and this said that. The Bible says the Word became flesh, not English.
I'm not understanding. Why is it you believe that everything was created in 6 24-hour periods, like, or not 24-hour periods, I'm sorry, 6 periods of God day?
I would say because I believe the same God rose Jesus from the grave. If I'm going to say that I believe that, I have to say that I believe what He told Moses and what Moses wrote down.
Do you then believe? Well, that is a good question. Why? Hemi asked, why would you have to?
Because if not, I'm basically calling God a liar.
I see. Do you believe then that Adam and Eve are also the first 2 humans, as the story says?
I do.
Why do you believe that?
The elaboration, after it finishes the 6 days, it goes into elaboration of creating Adam and Eve. In order for the Bible to play out the way it does, you can't have 2 groups of people because then you would have 2 separate rules. So for all of us to be saved through Jesus, we have to be saved through one bloodline, if you will.
Okay, so you're saying that Adam and Eve have to be true because in order for us to be saved through one person, it has to be one bloodline. I'm not quite sure that follows. I'm trying to understand why you believe Adam and Eve are the first 2 humans. Is it because you're saying it must?
Yes and no. It but this is on my perspective. Okay, I'm not
understand. We're not
anyone else.
we're not
This is
holding
just
you. Yeah, we're not holding you as a representative of all Christianity. This is you telling us about your beliefs and seeing if you can question them, right?
I question my beliefs all the time, especially after half the crap he shows me. But as far as the Bible goes, in order for me to sit there and read and say yes, I believe that that Jesus, the Son of God, the Creator, was sent to Earth and did what He did, I also have to take into account for whenever the Bible says God said, "Let there be light." God created Adam and Eve. God, you know, I have to take into account that those are true as well, because to call God a liar, you know, at least from a Christian perspective, is.
So
why would you think it's calling God a liar?
Go ahead.
To say it didn't happen is basically calling God a liar.
If we know these stories are written by men, how is it you calling God a liar?
The scripture is God breathed. Basically, God telling the account and man writing it down. God himself did not write the scripture.
So, isn't there a case where it could be?
There's countless things. In the Hebrew translation that I looked up, there's no account of a snake being there. But somehow in the English translations we get a serpent talking to Eve.
I'm
But
sorry.
in my
You looked in a
personal
Hebrew
study,
version that didn't have a serpent.
the serpent that
Which
tricked Eve
Hebrew
into
version
eating a
is
snake.
this?
Yes, in my personal study, whenever I looked into the Hebrew Bible, there's no snake there. There's like 3 different words for serpent in Hebrew, and it's not there whenever I looked it up. So
You're saying it's not that serpent isn't in the Hebrew Bible in Genesis 3.
when I looked,
Is it possible that you overlooked it, that you missed it?
it is possible. I did a random Google search. I didn't do an in-depth, hey, can someone explain this to me?
So, if we had somebody here who read Hebrew and they pulled it up and it did say serpent, would that change your perspective of that?
Perspective, yes. I'm always up for gaining perspective and depth in any kind of theological debate.
This isn't a debate. Do you think that it's possible that that you're using assumptions based on incomplete research and what you've been told to formulate your idea of what God is?
Of what God is?
Mm-hmm.
I see God. I see the name God, preacher, or hey, judge, whatever. the deity called out in the Hebrew text, the Hebrew Bible, the one that seems to be coming true. That's the one that I acknowledge as creator being. Misconception, standings, all of those happen.
Mm-hmm.
There are times I
Why do you
look at the
assume
Bible.
that this is
Conception times I
and you believe this God exists?
As silly as it sounds, my experience with the Holy Spirit, the simple fact that I'm holding an intelligent conversation here with this subject, when 5 years ago I'd be a babbling moron.
What does that have to do with a divine creator being?
Without that divine creator, I wouldn't be able to sit here and have this conversation.
How did you determine that?
Because whenever I call it out to whoever's on top, whoever's at the top, he's the one that answered. And ever since, it's been a consistent pattern of growth in my personal life. And the more
You're saying that you called out to the God at a certain point, and that after that you have experienced growth. How do you know you wouldn't have experienced that growth without calling out?
I don't.
So then what indicates that there is a divine creator and not just you motivating yourself?
I was one way, then I was another. And the only difference is him.
How do you know the difference was him and not you calling out? You wanting enough to say it out loud?
Because I myself am insufficient for providing whatever it was that helped me grow. I had no room for growth. I had no capacity for growth.
Are you a living being? Are you a living being?
Yes.
So then wouldn't that mean that you have capacity for growth? I assume you're not the same height you were when you were a child. I assume that you don't think the same ways you did when you were a child.
I'm referring particularly to mental maturity. Physical growth, that's another aspect. I can't provide a cookie cutter answer.
That you've been battling idiot like mindset then?
Yes. For the longest time, I was mentally a high schooler, a child who was crying at the world because the world was unfair. Whereas now, the world is still unfair, but I am capable of handling business and functioning as an adult. No way I can rationalize that being self-growth. Some outside
So
force.
did you? I'm sorry. Did you have that same mindset at 5 years old?
5 years old? No.
Yeah. Did you have that same mindset at 10 years old?
No.
So then you have the capacity for growth. So how have you determined that you don't have that capacity?
Sometimes it takes a prodding iron.
And how have you determined that you aren't that prodding iron?
That I myself am not that prodding iron?
Yeah.
It's just something that I can't rationalize. I myself cannot rationalize.
Did you think the same way from 5 years old to 10 years old?
No.
And the prodding iron for you to change that mindset was you and your life experience, correct?
More like lack of experience.
Tomato, tomato at that point, but still, like, it's you who was that prodding iron to get you to change from the mindset of a 5-year-old to the mindset of a 10-year-old. So how is this any different?
Best way I can explain is like taking a plant from the pot and putting it in the ground. Or taking a fish from a pond and putting it in a bigger lake.
How does that answer the question?
In my experience, that's just how I rationalize it.
What problem are those analogies fixing?
Say what?
What problem are those analogies that you just used? What problem are they fixing? The fish into a bigger lake, etc.
I don't know if it fixes a problem, aside from me no longer acting like a child. It just, that's how my mind rationalizes the difference between then and now.
Right, but
I cannot attribute those results to myself.
Attributed yourself from 5 to 10 to yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm.
No, that was my parents raising me.
Are you saying you have no agency in your whole life?
I didn't realize my agency for a long time.
Okay, but can you answer my question? Do you not have agency?
Yes, I do have agency.
So if you have agency, how have you determined that you are not the catalyst for your own change?
Because I do not see myself capable of inspiring that kind of growth.
Do you smoke by any chance?
I used to.
I did too. I smoked for a good 20 years. And I started real young, like 14. And I continued on until last year. And I wanted to quit. And so I made that change to quit. I assume you wanted to quit it. You smoked for, X amount of time. You wanted to quit. And so you quit it.
That is where we'll have to disagree, because I did not quit. My
smoke right now?
No, my smoking was taken from me. My habit, my cravings, all of it was taken away.
How was it taken away?
Jesus.
How did you determine it was Jesus?
Because I tried to quit 100 times. Put it away. Tried all the tricks. I had 2 packs of cigarettes duct tape closed in my truck. I tried all the tricks. It didn't work until one day it snapped. I gave away my last pack to my pastor, and I have not touched a cigarette since. Call me crazy if you want to. I cannot attribute my not smoking to anything I did.
You had a want to quit. Is that not enough of a catalyst for you to quit?
With the amount of times that I tried quitting, no.
Yeah, I tried quitting several times before I actually did quit. So I'm just not sure where I see the differentiation between you doing it and you attributing to Jesus doing it.
Whatever gave you the strength to put it away, I did not have.
Well, clearly you did, because you quit.
I'm afraid we're going to have to agree to disagree there, friend.
You could have picked it up at any point in time again, but you didn't.
Why did you actually request up here today?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I saw the prompt and I thought it'd be good to engage in intelligent conversation.
Can you question your beliefs?
All the time.
Not do you, can you?
Isn't that the same thing?
No. Do you is referencing if a point like in time, if you have, or can you, like, or like a point in time. Can you is just asking you generally if you can do it.
I don't follow because in my mind they're the same thing. If I question my beliefs every day,
One is asking you, do you do it, as in referencing, time frame. The other one is asking, do you have the ability to?
not anymore.
What does it mean, question your beliefs?
Say what?
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
I believe that's a two-sided answer. One is to doubt what you believe in, and the other is to examine.
Examine what?
The depth, the validity, the dynamics of what's going on. I mean, there's one time I spent the whole month just like it's a book. Why am I believing a book? I haven't seen it. I don't understand it. But something about it is just like, why am I drawn to this? What is drawing me to the Bible and to Christ? And ever since I've had my spiritual awakening, if you will, I can't deny it.
How did you determine that it was a spiritual awakening and not just a change of your mind?
That one's hard to explain because I can't put any science on it. All I can say is my mind expanded. It my head injury was healed.
You had a head injury.
Yeah, I was working with my uncle, had a hit my head on a trailer. Had an accidental lobotomy, and it got reversed.
What do you mean it got reversed?
No more brain fog, no more babbling idiocy, no more emotionless.
You're saying that there's no more brain fog and no more babbling. Do you think that you have coherently answered every question that we've presented?
Coherently? I doubt it. I probably sound like a moron.
Then, but if you don't know if you're coming across coherently, then how is it that you verified that the reported lobotomy was reversed?
I can see clearly now the rain is gone.
Yeah. I mean, you're quoting a song, but I don't know how that's actually verifying that your injury was reversed.
I can't give you statistics. I can't give you science behind it. All I can give you is basically my testimony.
Did you ever have a brain scan before and after the spiritual experience to validate that it was a healing and not just a change in perception or mind?
No.
And yet you can't question at all the nature of this this God, the acceptance that you hold. None of that is at all questionable.
I can't deny it, if that's what you're asking. I can't.
I'm not asking you to deny it.
Yeah.
I'm asking if you can question it.
Can you elaborate what you mean by question?
Can you inquire as to your certainty of it, your ability to test it, to reproduce it, to validate in any way? Can you question into that? Can you investigate it, scrutinize it, and analyze it honestly?
I don't know how to answer that one. I'm drawing a blank on it, honestly.
I don't know. Excellent answer.
We like I don't knows.
Usually on other questions, but we'll take it here. I wonder why you can't be certain as to whether or not you can scrutinize your belief, to whether or not you can question it. But I appreciate you at least being honest with that one. And the questions that we've offered. I'm not implying dishonesty. I just mean I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate you answering questions. Good old boy. I think we are going to move on to a new guest.
I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you. I hope you ask some questions about this and maybe take some of the questions we've asked. If you do come up with new answers and the ability to question those, come on back. We'll want to question that. I think I know what order these ghosts apparated in. But are they both ghosts? Or is one of them a demon? Oh crap, they both popped in at the same time. Well, Demon Duck, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I didn't ask that. What year were you born?
Born in October.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, Christianity. But also I think there was someone on the panel that was talking about, I don't know if he said something about, if something, blah, blah, God would be lying.
Yeah,
or something
hold on
like that.
for just a moment. We're not here to address other people's beliefs. We're here to see
okay.
if you can question yours. And before we go into it, I did say Demon Duck, because I didn't Coconut.
Oh, sorry.
Demon Duck, are
Weird
you with
because
us?
I can see.
Demon Duck is not with us. Cool. So, Coconut, you said you believe in Christianity. Is that something that you're actually capable of questioning?
Yeah.
What does that mean to you to question your belief?
I feel like to see the faults in it, to maybe wonder why things are said the way they are, and why Christians collectively believe in one thing. You know what I mean?
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I would say yeah, in parts. I've read some. I read the First Testament. I've read Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes. I've read the Book of Jude. I've read Revelation.
I'm sorry, the book of who?
The Book of Jude. It's like the shortest book in the Bible.
Okay. So you've read a couple of books from the Bible.
Yeah, I would say I read a majority.
A majority? Oh. Interesting. Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yeah, but at the same time, there are other versions of Christianity that I don't really see the point of. Like, I would say also...
Sorry, you're wrestling around with your microphone a little bit. We're getting a little
Sorry, you're on my bed. But, the Jehovah's Witness, I would say Jews, and just different, like, beliefs around Christianity, I feel like is kind of crazy. Because, in Christianity, it says Jesus died on a cross, but the Jehovah's Witness believe he died on a stake. So it's like apparently, and we also have different Bibles. So
sorry, what was the question you're answering?
on how it's just different versions of Christianity. It's like they're all different, but it's like you can't really know what's the truth if everyone has a different Bible. You know what I mean?
What was the question I asked?
Oh, what was your question? Sorry.
Do you believe the stories from the book to be true and literal?
No, I feel like they're metaphorical.
Like all of the stories are metaphorical. Jesus is metaphorical.
Not Jesus, but I would say the things that happened are metaphorical. Like, a blind man regaining his sight, or certain people rising from the dead. I would say some of them are metaphorical.
So certain people rising is metaphorical. Is that Lazarus or Jesus?
Yeah, because I would say it's metaphorical in a way that they're born again, quote unquote born again, like they become baptized and they're born into a new person. So I feel like in some of the texts, like them rising from the dead is them becoming a new person.
So not a physical unalivement. Jesus didn't actually die on a cross.
I'm not really talking about Jesus. I'm talking about the people. I believe that
so
story
Jesus
with
didn't
I
so
believe
Jesus didn't help Lazarus in any way. Who died? Who died who died in the Bible that came back in a
Lazarus.
way?
Yeah. So like, are you trying to are you trying to like
trying to what?
Like, I'm trying to say something and then you just like trying to pinpoint exactly, like, to try to...
Are you
what?
completing your thought here? I haven't.
All right, thanks for having me.
What is it you think we're trying to do? Oh,
okay.
I see. Well,
okay.
No problem there. Taking yourself out of the conversation if you don't feel comfortable. I don't know why, but good for you.
Because you were trying to keep her on track with the question you asked.
Oh, because I was questioning beliefs. Yeah, like the prompt says. That's okay. You know, I'm not going to assume the motivation they left. If you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. Just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it you believe and why do you believe it? Did we lose the music?
I think so. My dog is finally off his 2 weeks of bed rest, so now he's getting all of his noises out outside.
I mean, I suppose there are worse places he could be getting his noises out.
I mean, he has to reestablish that this belongs to him. I understand it. Doesn't mean I have to like it.
It's wild the music app keeps disconnecting from the Bluetooth. But we'll have it back in a moment.
Mm-hmm. There's something.
I mean, I suppose we could stay on this for a bit. Usually I'd kick it up to the tavern music by now, but
This definitely feels like a journeying moment as opposed to a tavern moment.
oh, we can make it even more journeying. Where is it? Something like this.
This almost seems too chipper. Questing music, yes. And if you can question your beliefs in a God's higher power, or something else like that, request up. Let's talk about it.
Silas Thorpe. It is not a video game soundtrack. I might reveal that secret in the Discord, Azure. Maybe. Oh, yeah, no, it might hit the vibe. Whatever a vibe is. What is a vibe?
Listen, Azure, some of us have to do some work for segues, okay? You have no idea how long I've been sitting here waiting for the right word to come up. To pluck out of the ether to use for a segue, okay? I tried.
Where are we journeying? What is the vibe?
It depends on the kind of vibe you want to explore and question your beliefs.
Does it sound like we're walking across an icy tundra?
It just about might. It's 8 degrees, so it's definitely gonna have some crunch while you're walking.
Hell yeah.
Oh, perhaps a trek across some open plains, or maybe that's a storm moving in. Could be anything. Depends on the time of year. Do we hear water noises?
We're just soundscaping while we wait for somebody with a belief. As we walk past a river. It's a bubbly river.
It's a very bubbly river. That almost sounds like a spring instead of a river.
Maybe we need a jungle.
Sebastian, the dog just came in not 2 seconds ago. The dog can fucking complain.
Do you need the jungle since we don't have the Kokies right now?
That is very true. It kind of...
I don't know if I have cookies on here.
I'm surprised you haven't tried to sample that yet. That is a jungle.
It is. It's the wrong jungle.
Have you ever been to the jungle?
Not technically, no.
I think technically I've been to one in Japan.
Those would be forced in Japan.
Hazelnut, you did fall asleep before you could ask Rav, and you pretty much...
We both fell asleep.
Yeah, both fell asleep around the same time. What would Texas sound like?
A rodeo?
Depends on what part of Texas.
Right,
That's
that's
also
kind of
valid. Like that.
Half of these soundscapes could be Texas.
Exactly. I was gonna say there's at least 8 separate ones I could think of off the top of my head.
Texas has every known ecosystem.
We could be in a forest.
This is definitely
basically what it sounds
fitting.
like outside the studio when it's spring.
I love that. I can't wait for that. I'm so excited.
I will be too if I live past this freeze that's about to happen.
Right, that is a challenge for all of us. It could also be in a meadow or in a desert.
Would it be as loud in a desert?
It could be on a mountain too, but what would you hear then? Or maybe the wind.
I'd say probably a mix of the wind and the birds, and that's what the mountain sounds like.
And your own rocky footsteps.
Mm-hmm. An eagle. An actual eagle. By the way, that's what an actual eagle sounds like, guys. Not the red-tailed hawk call that you normally associate with eagles.
It might be time to take our journey back to the tavern.
You know, sometimes you just need to get outside and take a quick little walk. Move your legs, get moving. Helps you think.
Well, the tavern's kind of crowded.
Was it this crowded when we left?
No.
That must mean there's some believers in here.
It might mean that if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
And that immersive experience was $5.99. Thank you very much.
Should have brought pictures.
Oh, I know.
I just had a really good idea. We'll see how it pans out.
I'm excited.
No customers today. I don't know about that, chalk and cheese. We had a few conversations that were, I think, quite cordial and possibly productive.
I don't know, those coins hitting the counter there sounds like customers to me.
Well, hey there, Icono. Classy. Welcome up.
I thought the buses stopped for a little bit, so it's probably quieter than it normally is. So I thought I'd say hello real quick.
Wow, welcome up. How you doing?
Good. I know the first time we met, it was like 8 months ago, or a long time ago, and I was talking about a book that I wanted to publish, and I finally published it, so I thought I'd come up and let you know. I posted it in the Discord with a free link if anybody wants to download it.
Awesome. That's awesome. I'm going to have to pull up the Discord, and since I don't have it all the way up yet, what is the name of your book?
The Zog's Big Question, and I posted it in, I think one of the channels is about like social media advertising or something like that, or
absolutely
social media. Yeah, so I just popped it in there. Yeah, self-promotion, that's it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's the social media channel, I think, or what do we call it?
Yeah, I got my daughter to draw for it. She's going to school in Vancouver, like art school, and I thought, I'm paying her rent anyways, why don't I just give her $1,000 to draw pictures for this book? Because I was going to give her the money anyways.
Well, that's really awesome.
Yeah, so the link I posted, it's like for teachers to check it out and stuff like that, but you can download a free digital copy in exchange for your email address. So you're like signing up for my mailing list in case I do a second book, but yeah, I thought it was a good way to get it out.
An interplanetary tale of wonder, belief, and big questions.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Yeah, the basic
All the way
premise
up until you
is
said emailing list.
right. Well, I mean, you can buy it. It's on Amazon too, but this is a way to get it for free. Yeah, it's about epistemology and a lot of the mainly just like my journey learning about epistemology and how you can determine what's real and what's not real and things like that. So it's like a kid's version. So I don't tell them like what to believe. I'm trying to tell them how to think or how to process it.
How to question, huh?
Yeah. But the idea is like, so the alien comes from a planet where everything is determined. Like it's completely scientific. No, there's no imagination. There's no entertaining the idea that something that's not true is true. And then he reads all these reports about stories going on Earth and then decides to investigate and meets a couple kids that end up learning, teaching him about gods and myth and imagination and stuff like that.
That's so cool. That's so freaking cool.
I busted onto TikTok like 8 months ago, all excited about this book and wanting to share it and stuff, but it took another like 6 months to get to a point where I could share it with anybody. So I think I started running with it a little sooner than I should have.
Sorry, I had a momentary distraction.
Well, no, you're just getting.
Oh, and I caught a bit of some of the conversations you were having yesterday with people too. It's got to be so rewarding when you get somebody who actually like takes it seriously and takes a second to like actually think about it, right? And like when you hear "I don't know" or "that's a deep question," that's got to be. I assume that's the like you're going for, the hit that you're going for, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Unfortunately, it is rarer and rarer, but it still happens. We get at least, I'd say at least one, if not more, people a night who can actually consider the possibility that they could be wrong
yeah, and that's so paramount. Like even conversations today I go into with the understanding that I could be wrong and new information should be able to change my mind on it.
Should be able to?
Yeah, should be able to.
He wrote a book about it. Are you going to question his commitment to critical thinking?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
How critical do you critically think?
Fire should and not another one. Can you explain that a little bit more?
I know as a human it's possible for me to believe something's true when it's not. And I don't know what those things that I believe are true at this point that are not actually true. So I should be able to change my mind, but I probably still do believe something's true that's not actually true.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. It's more so a qualifier for the information being presented and not necessarily.
Well, I would say it's an epistemic humility about his epistemic humility.
I love that. I love that phrase, epistemic humility. Yeah,
That's
great. I picked up that mantle.
It's turtles all the way down.
No, I'm excited to take a look at your book. It sounds very interesting.
It's funny too, because I feel like I've spent so much time thinking about this. I kind of think about it from the outside now. Like when I'm looking at it and lining stuff up, I don't read it. It doesn't hit me over the head that I'm a part of this system that I'm examining, and I think the same way that all these people, or my mind works the same way as other people's minds work, right? So I don't. Epistemic humility, I think, is what I would lean on. That's where I come from.
No, that's great.
I think we actually have a few other requests coming up, but I appreciate you, Iconoclasty, for letting me know about the book. I did vaguely remember you mentioned it, so I'm glad to see that it's out there and we can finally see it. I'm excited.
Yeah, let me know what you think. Reviews would be appreciated, and yeah, I am looking to pick it apart with people. So cool, thanks, man. My bus is getting ready to fire off here, so I'll drop down and hit the likes from the chat. Okay.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Take care. Big W's for Iconoclasty.
Thanks for coming up, Iconoclasty.
If he wasn't on the bus every time, I'd let him stay and question. I know he's good at it.
He has to be if he wrote a whole book on it.
We had a request, and as soon as he drops, they disappear. It's almost like people are only wanting to argue with guests instead of question their own beliefs. If you have a belief in a god, or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then, well, I mean, you know what to do. It's the boxes on the screen with the little, hand-raisy thing that says request up. You just click one of those, and then we'll know that you have a belief and can question it. That'd be awesome. I don't know if they're afraid, Sebastian. There's something, though.
What could they possibly be afraid of? We're all very kind and friendly looking, for sure.
It's the busy tavern. Is it too crowded in here for you? We can make it less crowded.
We can tuck back in the corner.
See? The crowd went away. Whitty says it's Thrayle's voice that scares them away. Ronald
can talk like this if we want to. We could just do the whole show like this. We could be like, hey, what is it you believe? Do you have a belief in like other God's ways that you presume to be? All the case says is was what was is true.
Well, don't sit there and let them think that that's her actual voice.
Doing it.
So yeah. Sorry.
No, you're not.
If I was at the house, I could have used one of the voice changer mods on my thing.
Yeah, well.
You're not sorry. Don't lie to me.
Golem from the south.
Your precious beat Spurs or a cowboy hat?
I don't think Meatwad knows what a golem is.
Oh no! If you were Golem from the south, your precious would be the Bucky's nuggies, the nuggets, beaver nuggets.
That sounds horrifying.
Fun fact: it's not actual beavers. And the nuggets.
Sounds a little bit different than Meatwad, doesn't he, Precious? Yes.
Oh.
Even down to the yes, the way it comes out. Oh.
And we just hit 100K likes.
Andy Serkis would be very proud of that.
One of the most iconic characters. Nobody even knows who the hell he is.
Who, Andy Serkis?
Andy Serkis, yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess now because of Marvel.
No, it was way before before Marvel that I knew about Andy Serkis.
I mean, like, I knew about Andy Serkis before Marvel.
There's a video out with him and David Tennant where they're drawing
Yeah, I
something.
saw it.
I fucking love that video so much. Have you seen it, Thrayle?
Might have, perhaps.
It's when they're drawing and David Tennant shows that he drew a pineapple. It's like, and Andy Serkis is like, oh, that's great. Yeah, I love that one.
Who was it that he played in in Marvel?
Doctor Who.
No.
David Tennant?
No, I'm talking about Andy Serkis.
Andy Serkis played the smuggler who was taking he was taking he was the poacher who took vibranium out of Wakanda.
Claw, that's who it is.
Yeah, Claw. That's his name.
Freaking love David Tennant though. 10th Doctor, best Doctor.
But that video I loved it because he's like, piss off, you didn't draw it. You did not paint that.
You did not paint
like,
that.
Yeah, I did. He's like, yeah, I did. It's like, when? He's like, I learned it for a role. What role?
Did not.
Oh, that video is just so funny. I love it.
Oh, they're making another Lord of the Rings movie?
What? Why would they need to?
Because they're remaking everything now. Instead of, maybe diving into the Silmarillion. Or literally any of other Tolkien's work.
I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of on par because the publishing company didn't even want to publish the Silmarillion.
Oh,
that got published after Tolkien's death.
I don't even think it was finished when it got published.
I think that I don't remember if it was finished or not. It may not have. Oh, it was. You're right. Quickly, it was Michael Sheen. It wasn't Andy Serkis. It was his co-star from The Good Ones or whatever.
Oh, Good Omens.
There you go. I don't know why my brain. Look, I've been up all night.
You should have taken the hour break that you get for being up on the panel. Don't you know?
Hour. Whenever I'm at work, there is no hour break.
Didn't you get your union packet when you joined the Batcolyte?
Wait, we're getting paid?
Witty, there's some issues with the author right now. So I'm not sure we'll be getting a 3.
And I have another blueberry coffee.
Yay, blueberry coffee.
And I'm about to be in my Uber on my way home.
Woohoo!
Well, and Valen requested up again. Did you mean to be here, Valen? I'm gonna guess not. Yeah. If you're speaking, Valen, we can't hear you, so I'm gonna set you back down. You might have the wrong microphone if you did mean to be up here, but otherwise, maybe you were asleep requesting or tap requesting. Either way, appreciate you being here. Of course, appreciate everybody who tapped us up over 100,000 likes. Yeah, I get words. They come out sometimes the right way.
I word's good too.
I word's good too.
You know what comes to mind? The scene from The Lion King, where Scar says, "I'm surrounded by idiots." I'm just kidding, I love you guys.
Surrounded by idiots. Wow, you miss one word, one letter. You're branded an idiot.
Nearly dramatic enough. It's, I'm surrounded by idiots.
Chalk and Cheese says, must be a full moon.
You mean the new moon we just hit?
Pretty sure, yeah, I thought it was new moon.
That's why we were all very confused why this weekend was so wild.
I didn't make that relation now, but I think that does kind of fly in the face of that whole full moon thing.
It really does, doesn't it? Be in the Gatorade then.
Gotta get the mercury out of the Gatorade.
Mm-hmm.
Only if it's in the Gryffindor house.
He says, pick up. That's a fascinating way to request up on a panel 3 times. I think maybe I'll say don't spam the chat. And if you actually have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you can question that belief, then you're welcome to request backup. Hazelnut says, does love require consciousness? What is love?
Yes.
I would have to say yes as well. But with a caveat.
No nuance. We like nuance all the time.
How
I didn't say I was
dare
sharing
you
the
try to
caveat.
explain yourself?
I didn't say I was sharing the caveat. I just said that my answer was yes with a caveat.
Just a private caveat.
Mm-hmm. Hazel, make them define it since they said yes. I know that's not how that actually reads, but that's how it read in my brain and it was funny.
Imagine loving unconsciously. Well, see, that's why I asked.
Being unconscious.
That's why I asked, what is love? Thing that can be achieved without consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
If it
That was actually that was my caveat, but I didn't want to get into it.
If it requires consciousness, then it's going to be something that is conscious dependent, something you can't do without consciousness. If love is a conscious act, for instance, then it would be dependent. If it's a product of consciousness or an attribute of consciousness.
And what is consciousness? How do we define it? How do we measure it?
These are both good questions. It's almost like I should have made backgrounds for both of them.
Who would have had the forethought to do something like that?
To say, what is consciousness? Or what is love? Which one?
Porque no los dos. See, like it just because I'm thinking about it, and like, because I'm trying to define love. Like, what is love? And to me, my interpretation of it is that love is intense care for someone or something. But then that begs the question: well, how do you define care? Because everybody defines care differently.
Is care going to be dependent on consciousness? Or, as Iconoclastes mentioned, could it be dependent on subconsciousness? And then, of course, is subconsciousness dependent on consciousness? Can you have subconscious without conscious?
Can you have subconscious love? Is that possible?
I don't know. But if you could, does subconsciousness require consciousness?
There would have to... I can't think of anything that has the prefix sub that isn't beneath something, and I swear to God.
Is love actually a battlefield?
Can you tell me what a sub sandwich is beneath?
Fuck.
Sandwiches for the win.
Well, no, now I'm fucking... Why the fuck did we get the word... Why are we calling them subs? I would imagine it's just the
for submarine.
Right. No, thanks. Jeez. I'm just wondering if it's like visual or if there was some other kind of, because in my mind it's just the visual similarities between a submarine and
That's exactly what it is.
If that's exactly what it is, then that's an irrelevant question.
How are sandwiches irrelevant?
Sandwiches are irrelevant because in this particular instance, the example you use to not disprove, but challenge.
I got your back. Hold on. I got
Thank
your
you.
back. It's not the fact that sandwich is irrelevant. It's the fact the usage of the word sub is irrelevant here.
Thank you.
I see. So sandwich retains its relevancy as everything. Got it.
Yes. Everything is sandwich.
As long as my bias is, confirmed by other people and I feel validated, we can move forward.
Well, I've already told you my entire epistemology on sandwich.
I don't know if it's quite like swearing in church, Sebastian, but I do want to know why it's irrelevant. How you can validate its irrelevancy.
Morgan, I had
Henry.
gotten to everything is a sandwich before I even met Thrayle and came across his sandwich thing.
Did you?
That's because it's logically sound.
I mean, this is the universal truth. This is the real universal truth right here, is that everything is sandwich.
I know multiple people who came to the independent realization that everything is sandwich. Does that validate the existence of the everything sandwich?
So, I mean, they would have had there would have had to be no previous contact between any. You stop it! You stop it and let me talk. Damn it! Fine. No. Because now I'm just being petulant.
I don't think I like that answer.
Restate the question again.
Do multiple attestations of independent realization of the sandwich of everything mean that everything necessarily is sandwich?
No, because perception is reality, and yep. I'm just gonna lean on my own understanding.
Perception reality?
Hold up, wait, let me finish. Fuck, you ruined the joke, damn it.
No jokes here. We only do serious discussions, Morgan.
Only, nothing else. Only jokes. Oh wait, no, shit.
Only serious discussions about
Yes, very
sandwiches and the
serious.
nature of sandwich and what sandwich
Very.
is and isn't. Except, of course, we can't have a serious conversation about what sandwich isn't because
Everything is sandwich.
Valen did bring up glass onions, and it reminds me of the fact that one of the funniest things is that Ben Shapiro did a review on the movie Glass Onion, and was like, he's like, the name of the movie doesn't make any sense, and then he explains the plot, which the plot is the actual meaning behind what a glass onion is.
Mm-hmm. I love Knives Out so much.
That's what a glass onion is, my guy.
You did exactly the thing that the movie wanted you to do.
Maybe we had too many boxes and it looked intimidating.
Looked a little scary.
Yeah, it was a little scary.
It's okay. Small space is okay. You're safe.
Of course, it's far too early for poetry, isn't it?
Oh, certainly far too early.
I haven't even made my Uber all the way home yet, Thrayle.
I just made my first cup of coffee. We're not done yet. We're just starting.
I mean, I don't know about just starting, but we're definitely rolling right along through questioning beliefs. That is what we're doing, by the way. If you are just joining us, if you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I just want to know, if you can question it, well then, what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
Question your beliefs, then. Why did you request that?
And if you do live in a glass onion, you probably shouldn't throw gourds.
Solid advice.
Very true.
Hmm.
Or any root vegetable.
Sorry, was that to me?
I don't know. Captain Squishy says, I believe anybody who whispers is not worth listening to. Great, Captain Squishy.
Well, that's not very fair, Captain Squishy, because this is as loud as I can talk.
I'll say you missed it when I lost my voice. That was whispering.
I mean, is making snide comments from the chat, is that kind of akin to whispering?
No, that's passing notes. It's different.
Oh, it's passing notes, I see.
Hmm.
I thought it was like whispering when you're in the audience. At like a show.
Let's pass notes with a friend of mine in the class. The teacher took it and read it out loud.
What did it say, Hammy?
Bunch of random stuff about a book we were writing.
Hazel's got a great question. Can an imbalance of power feel safe? Is that why people believe? I don't know if that's why people generally believe, but I'm sure there are people who do believe because that power makes them feel
definitely a
safe.
factor. It's definitely a factor for some. But I wouldn't say that's like the sole reason why. But if you've only ever known an imbalance of power, how can anything else feel safe?
Who's imbalancing the powers?
What's being balanced?
Its power, and how can I harness it?
Well, you see, you gotta get the Dragon Balls, and then it... Oh, how kind. Outside went from 3 degrees to 5 degrees. The sun must be out.
Those aren't real temperatures.
No? Are you sure?
Those aren't real temperatures. Stop giving us fake stuff.
Is that real enough for you?
It's on you. I can't read that.
Haha, I just noticed my my indoor temperature. Oops. I have exactly 1 sweatshirt on, basketball shorts, and a blanket. Oh,
Start
even...
freezing care, prepare. I think I might just have to stay off of TikTok because I become a huge baby with a cold.
No, I just loaded my wood stove not too long ago, and so it's chugging away. I'm gonna have to clean it soon, which is a pain, especially on days like today when it's frigid.
You live in a place where, human beings shouldn't always live.
Yeah, that's why I live here.
It's not normal human being.
Yeah, it keeps the human beings away. It's a defense. It's a natural defense. That's a good song,
I'm only
Valen.
trying to still your left sock.
Just the left one.
The left one.
I believe that there's no such thing as a left or a right sock. Unless otherwise labeled.
I can.
Is your big toe the same size as your little toe?
No.
If you've worn this sock once, doesn't it start to take the shape of the foot?
No. How long are you guys wearing your socks for?
We're asking the questions here.
But like I said, unless otherwise labeled, and I don't necessarily mean like it has to specifically say like left and right. Like there's obviously socks that have like artwork on them that only makes sense if you wear them the right way. Or the correct way, I should say, not the right way.
So you're saying there are such things as left and right socks?
Yeah, like I said, I don't believe there are left or right socks unless otherwise clearly labeled. Well, not clearly labeled, but unless otherwise labeled.
Otherwise labeled.
That's the qualifier is it has to be labeled in order for it to be a left or a right sock.
Labeled or indicated?
Indicated.
Have you ever worn toe socks?
Yes. Those have an indication, don't they? Got him.
So then your qualification, how is that different from special pleading?
How is it different from special pleading?
We're talking about socks, right?
Yeah, actually.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Who the fuck knows, man? We're just talking to talk at this point because no believers can seem to question their beliefs in a god, gods or a higher power or something like that.
I don't think they're actually capable anymore. I don't know. I think all the believers, at least, that are watching this are either capable and have done it recently or are simply not capable.
How boring.
I mean, the ones who've done it recently aren't boring.
No, good for them. I'm more speaking about the latter half of that.
The ones who just aren't capable. Yeah, it is an unfortunate side effect of, deciding that you know everything.
I mean, my great-grandmother always told me variety was the spice of life, and I'm pretty sure that applies to religion, too. Exactly.
I know nothing.
Okay, Jon Snow.
When your grandmother said that variety is the spice of life, did she mean the hallucinogenic compound derived from the wastes of the sandworms of a certain planet, which of course mingles with the sand there?
Talking about Dune.
Good job, Hammy, you did it.
Is it the spice your grandmother was talking about?
I'm very proud of myself, thank you.
You should be. I'll get you a gold star, okay?
Can it be a moon instead?
Absolutely. You did it, so you get to choose your prize.
Yes.
Kat says, okay, headphones are charged now.
Oh, does
That's
that mean
great,
we
Kat.
have...
We don't have
we
a
have to stop
believer
talking
to
about
question,
spice? And I'm not so sure that spice has variety, so no, I don't think that specific spice is what she was talking about.
There's thyme, there's salt, there's Italian seasoning.
Those are spices.
Right. So variety is the spice of life, but spice has no variety.
No, there's a variety of spices, but that specific spice...
Oh, I see.
Swear
It's
to
just
God.
not that variety.
You're such a pain.
Spice was she speaking about? I need to know.
Cayenne pepper. That's what she was talking about.
There we go. There's varieties of cayenne pepper, though.
Yes, there are. That's why it's the spice of life.
Wouldn't those be spices?
No.
What are we talking about?
That's a
So if you would like to change the topic, you can jump in at any time.
I came in.
Well,
and they're talking
here I
about
am.
socks.
My headphones died, and so I had to let them charge for a bit. And I come back to cayenne peppers.
Socks and cayenne pepper.
Well, see, variety is apparently the spice of life, and I just wanted to know what kind of spice it was.
It's a
It's
cayenne
got
pepper.
it.
That's an aggressive ass spice to choose.
I mean, I could have chosen like ghost pepper or something. I mean, like I could have said wasabi.
Those aren't spices. Those are plants.
How do you define a
Spicy
spice?
plants.
So, well, yeah, ghost peppers are peppers, and wasabi is a rhizome.
Right, but how do you define a spice?
I'm thinking like a something that is dried and ground, and that you season food with.
Potentially a rhizome that's been dried and ground.
I don't think
Is
it's
it
dried and ground. It's made into a paste, usually, isn't it?
Uh-huh. So that's
is it
fresh
minced garlic?
wasabi.
Isn't minced garlic a spice?
Mm-hmm.
It's still dried.
No,
Does it have to be dried?
I mean, I know actually. If it's not dried, it's not a spice. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to that one. Actually,
What
If it's
is
not
it
dried,
if it's not
not a
dried?
spice.
it's just I don't know,
That's
something you put
sandwich.
in your food. Yeah, it's a sandwich. There we go. There it is.
that sounds very dogmatic, Kat.
Well, I told you. I don't know why you're surprised. I told you.
We went over this earlier.
Yeah, you missed my dogmatic belief that I'm funny. I have a dogmatic belief that I am in fact funny, no matter what any of the rest of you people tell me.
Mm-hmm.
But you also question that.
Vulnerability.
Yeah, and then Thrayle told me that I question so much that I can't even pretend to have a dogmatic belief.
You can't.
I
You're
fail
not
at it.
dogmatic at all.
No, she can't. It was so funny.
You can't. That's just you.
It's even her dogmatic beliefs, the things she labels dogmatic, she will admit that she can question.
Mm-hmm. So they can't even be dogmatic.
Whoops.
How boring, Kat. Why don't you just blindly believe in things?
Why don't I just be unquestionable? I don't know.
Yeah, what the hell?
I don't know.
How dare you be questionable?
Okay, I have a question for y'all. That's not about socks or spices.
I love Hazel's
Fantastic.
questions. I'm so excited.
Okay. Is vulnerability something that you offer, or is it something you practice?
Ignores the monitoring headphone.
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted.
Jeez.
It's both, Hazel.
It's both.
Why is it both?
Because part of like offering it is practicing it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the entirety of practicing it. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't accept someone else's vulnerability without being vulnerable yourself.
How do you think that works with people who are vulnerable with their beliefs? Like, it's not necessarily a relationship of vulnerability, but vulnerability with yourself.
I think that, okay, I don't know about with yourself, but I think that, like, in the context of us talking to them, I think that the more vulnerable they are with me, I try to return that vulnerability to them.
Yeah, definitely try to match energy.
Mm-hmm. When Thrayle was mean and read 2nd Nephi to Martha, I cried too.
You brought it up that day.
I know, that's why I said it like that. I know, that's why I said it. That's why I said it like that.
No, Thrayle was immediately defensive right there. I heard that. He said, "You're the one who brought it up."
Yeah, I know.
Thrayle does not want to be the reason Martha cried.
The reason I said it
a book
like that
she owned already.
The reason I said it like that is because it was me that brought it up and pushed the issue. He said, did you hear the incredulity in his voice though? He said, you're the one that brought it up.
This is all your fault.
Foiled by my own petard.
Thrayle, do you feel vulnerable when you make others feel vulnerable like that? Like introducing topics to Martha, making her cry? Does that make you feel vulnerable?
Do you feel like a shitty person when you do these things?
I love Hazel so much because she always just joins in on the roast, like no questions asked.
The funniest part, I think, is I don't even know it's a roast until somebody says something after, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's probably not like a normal thing to ask somebody.
No questions asked. She's just like in for it every time.
I think it's a fair question. I mean,
It is, yeah.
Taken seriously. I don't know if I feel vulnerable when I make someone vulnerable. Maybe there is that kind of empathetic response that I'm, causing this and I should feel something for it.
Why do you feel like you're causing it?
Yeah, ultimately they caused it by having the belief in the first place, just saying.
Is it by having the belief or by putting them in a scenario that they didn't want to be in? Like they put
They try not to do that.
No. I mean, they put themselves there.
I definitely don't think that I am too cool for vulnerability. I mean,
Citizens don't feel vulnerable.
well, I mean, okay, there was that, as you noted, defensive response that I wasn't the cause.
Just a little. It's okay.
Yeah,
But I also feel at some point there that I made a choice, could have said, no, maybe we shouldn't read that today.
I have another question.
Like my insight?
Yes, Hammy.
I revel in their discomfort.
Actually, I could have guessed that. Thrayle, when does a choice feel genuinely yours?
Anyway, like I cat.
We can't hear you, Cat.
I didn't hear you, Cat. You cut out there.
Oh.
When does a choice feel genuinely mine? I don't know that any choices feel genuinely mine. Like it certainly, if I take time to deliberate, if I delay before doing it, it can feel more like mine, like I own it, like I'm responsible. I don't know that means that I'm less responsible for things that I don't deliberate, but it definitely feels more like ownership if I took time with it.
So if you take less time to make a choice, it's less your responsibility?
No, I just made that very clear. I don't know that it's less my responsibility, but I may feel less ownership over it. That doesn't mean that I don't still bear responsibility for it or even understand that.
What's the
I was just trying to stand up for you a little bit, Thrayle, and say,
oh no, go ahead.
In defense of your defensiveness, I did provoke it. That's all I was trying to say.
There was that, and you do know which buttons to push.
How determined is your determinism, Thrayle?
Indeterminate.
I thought he was about
Makes
to ask me that, and we were
100%
about to fucking throw down.
Kat, how determined is your determinism?
Don't even start with me, Hammy.
On a scale of determined to determined.
Kat's determinism is more determined than my determinism, which is indeterminate.
think that it could
I feel
possibly
like
be more
Thrill's
determined than your determinism.
Well, no, I just accept it more.
What's the
Shut up.
opposite of determinism?
There's asking the real questions. Thrayle, do you eat raw marshmallows?
I have eaten raw marshmallows.
See?
I do
It's
enjoy raw
Eat a raw marshmallow
marshmallows.
right fucking now. Thank you, Thrayle.
I think you missed that conversation, Thrayle.
Look here, folks. Thrayle likes raw marshmallows.
I don't think you were there for that.
Joke's on you, I know I wasn't there for that.
It was like
'Cause you never
very
hang out with
shortly
us on
after you
Discord.
left for
What is a raw marshmallow?
uncooked.
One that hasn't been cooked.
Duh.
Clearly.
But is it
Get with the
raw?
program.
I mean, it's a prepared confectionery. You're just melting it to consume it for this purpose, but there are other purposes where you don't melt it.
So then would it be unaltered as opposed to
Look, if you have bologna, it's raw unless you fry it, and then it's cooked bologna.
That's not true at all.
That's weird and not true.
That is very much true, Morgan.
It's not.
A really weird thing to say.
They're the rightest things to say.
It's really not when you've made your own bologna.
You're full of baloney.
Sometimes.
I thought that was aimed at me.
Hi.
Party.
But a raw marshmallow is a marshmallow just out of the bag. You're not doing anything to it.
I still don't understand what the problem is.
I've never met so many people who
Are
eat
there
raw
not
marshmallows.
recipes?
Do you not eat raw marshmallows?
No, I don't
she
know
doesn't.
anyone who just recreationally eats raw marshmallows.
Are
You
there
have
no-
a fat kid.
Are you unaware of any recipes or confectionaries, any desserts that use raw marshmallows out of the bag?
Yeah, but those are usually marshmallows as an ingredient, not marshmallows as a snack in it of themselves.
She's
Hold
judging
on.
me is what's happening.
Hold on.
Look,
Hold on,
I'm going to need
hold
you. I'm feeling very, very personally attacked right now with
Can-
my
how
fat boy
can
lifestyle.
How can marshmallows be raw when marshmallow fluff exists?
Marshmallow fluff is raw too.
Marshmallow fluff is a different thing entirely.
Oh, goodbye, Thrayle.
Oh. He's dodging the question. He's gonna go eat more raw marshmallows.
Thrayle said,
seen
nope,
it?
I'm out for a second and then I'll be right back.
He said
Have
first
you
it
seen
was
that
fucking
clip?
socks,
Hammy?
then it was spice.
Hammy,
Yes.
have you seen that clip of me and Thrayle are sitting up on panel and we're questioning this guy and he goes, I think you guys are dodging the questions and drops himself.
The best part of that was
Dropped
his
himself.
name.
I love it.
You're right. And his name was Rage Quit Otter. There's a clip on the Batcolyte's page. It's fucking hilarious. It was so funny.
It's
Thrayle
so
and I both just
perfect.
burst out laughing.
Welcome back.
And Thrayle.
Back.
You Rage
I
Quit
never
Otter.
went
You pulled a
anywhere.
Rage Quit Otter.
We did.
Okay. My device was lagging.
Wait, who rage quit? Cat?
Thrayle.
The Rage Quit Otter.
Apparently me.
Said, I'm not having this marshmallow hate anymore.
No, but like for real,
I mean-
how can a bag of marshmallows be raw marshmallows when marshmallow fluff exists?
I
Well,
just said
How do marshmallows become marshmallows? Like, what are they before that?
It's gelatin.
non-marshmallows.
Yeah, it's gelatin.
Sugar and gelatin.
Is there a
It's not
cooking
green.
process?
No, it's
Yes.
No, it's not cooked. Is
Yes.
It?
Yes.
think
I mean, It is.
It is cooked.
They do. They have to cool down, so they are cooked. But when I'm using raw in that sentence, I'm not describing like the state of the food as being like unprocessed, but rather that like I would consider a marshmallow raw because it's coming out of the bag. And you're
As
not
in
doing anything
all by
to
itself.
it. Yeah,
So like
like
when
you're
you
not.
eat a Pop-Tart, wait, when you eat a Pop-Tart and you don't put it in the toaster, that's raw.
I would consider that raw.
I would consider that raw, but I would eat Pop-Tart raw.
It's the only way I eat Pop-Tarts.
There's
Just
some
to be
Pop
clear,
Tarts you can and can't eat raw.
If I eat a chip out of a bag, is it raw?
Yes, it's a raw chip.
Yes.
Yes, but you're not supposed to cook chips. Those, like, you're supposed to eat them raw. I think if you heated up your chips to eat them, that'd be kind of weird.
Are you saying all uses of marshmallows require heating them up?
No, it's just that I
So
don't
then-
see. It's
so
just
what
that
does
I've never
heating
met
up have
people
to do
eat
with?
them. It's not just heating up. I think like
Have
marshmallows.
you ever eaten a raw marshmallow, as you put it?
Not since I was like 10, I think.
Are you shaming me for my fat boy lifestyle? Is that what
No,
it is?
I'm not.
No.
Because I'm feeling personally attacked right now.
I think Azure is just calling us childish.
Is it
I'm not
possible?
calling you childish. I just have never met this many people who eat raw marshmallows. Maybe my life is like devoid of joy and whimsy. That's perfectly
what I was just about to ask you.
Like I
gonna
might
ask
just
it
have
in
like
the
a
joyful
uniquely
life.
sad life,
But yeah.
full of austerity. Where like I
Well-
wasn't allowed the simple pleasures of eating raw marshmallows, and now I've internalized
Azure.
that.
Down in the comments, Z is apparently on the same page as you and believes marshmallows should not be eaten raw.
What is
That fucker would believe that.
What is that? I still don't understand raw marshmallow. Like, you say
know,
raw,
it's-
and I imagine Gordon Ramsay throwing a rubbery scallop into the trash can.
Well, we're not talking about scallops. We're talking about marshmallows.
The chicken
With
is so
Gordon.
raw, it's crossing the road.
Are you telling me that Gordon Ramsay might say it's raw and throw the marshmallow in the trash can? Is that like, I'm imagining that's what raw is. So is it raw?
I mean, no, because the reason that Gordon Ramsay makes such a big deal about the raw food is because it's a health hazard. I don't think there are any health hazards to eating raw marshmallows.
Are you saying they're ready to eat out of the bag?
I mean, you could. I just think it's weird to do that, personally. But again, I might have lived a very sad, austere, joyless life.
I'm gonna blow you away for a moment here. Have you ever eaten ramen out of the bag?
Not without boiling it first.
Yes.
Oh, you got to be a special
What you
kind
do
of
is
poor
you-
for that.
See, what you do is, it's a great snack. What you do is you just crush them all up. Then you take out the seasoning packet, dump the seasoning pack in there, shake it, and eat it like a snack.
It's like Doritos.
You know what's interesting? I don't do that, but I have had, like, ramen snack chips from Japan that are essentially
pretty
the
dope.
same thing. They are. They're really good.
Yeah, except one you eat in Japan and the other you eat in jail.
Yeah.
No,
just in
I
jail.
ate it.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
I ate it outside of jail, thank you.
I also ate it
Same.
outside of jail.
Yeah, but that,
I mean, I eat it outside of jail now, post jail.
I don't think it's like a value negative to say that that's like jail food. I think jail food like is anthropologically really interesting anyway.
It is so logically.
Yes.
My cousins who tend to
These are
frequent
people that have
jails
never
and
been to
stuff.
jail.
My
These are
cousins who
people
tend to frequent jails and prisons and stuff, they sat there and told me that they could teach me how to make a cake with my mattress, and I'm like, that is a skill that I never going to use ever in my entire life.
You never know, man.
No. Not even if I was in jail or prison, I will not be like, you know what sounds good today? Using my mattress to cook a freaking cake.
How would you cook a cake with a mattress, though? That sounds like mechanically interesting.
Very carefully.
Zwitch says he does not align with the improper use of the word raw here. What the fuck
We
is
also
going
think
on?
that, okay?
Are we gonna have to make a what the fuck is raw? Because that'd be
God,
funny.
you know what? I thought
I
about
don't
that
think
like
you should
I
do
made
that on.
minutes ago.
I don't
so
think you
many
should do
what
that
the
on
fucks.
TikTok.
Please don't make that, please.
But if you did, you
Please
should
don't.
put, you should Photoshop Gordon Ramsay's face onto the skeleton.
And have him throwing a marshmallow instead of a scallop.
It's actually just a picture of Thrayle throwing the marshmallow. Z, if you can figure it out, let us know.
Subtle Psycho says, I believe my mattress is a portal to another dimension.
A
Well, your name
porthole, not a
matches.
portal. A porthole.
I saw that, yeah, like in a ship.
That's
No,
cool.
you need help.
We do.
When I was
Do you
little, I
have
used
some?
to think there was a porthole under my bed where demons came out of.
I mean, that's the belief of most children. I've always wondered if that stems from the fear of the dark, or if it's a fear of something else.
I mean, isn't the fear of the dark largely considered to be like an evolutionary thing?
Mm-hmm. Because we don't have very good nocturnal vision.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Z. Okay, raw is also a term used for vegetables, Z.
And
Like,
fruit.
let's not be... Let's...
I mean, technically a marshmallow is like a byproduct of meat. Because a lot of marshmallows
sure
made
is.
with bone gelatin.
Is Z being a raw purist?
Yes, he is.
Is that possible?
Just like a gay man.
See, what happens whenever
right there. Right.
whenever you strip your emotions bare? Is that not laying your emotions raw?
Hazel, behave.
There are other uses of the word raw too that we're not gonna get into.
Oh,
I'm talking about marshmallows, okay? You guys are disgusting.
I just wandered away.
Y'all,
what the fuck? It might be my own fault, but we're going right back there. Really quickly, I'm going to thank Dash, Claire, 7 Lemons, and Bridget for helping with the goal. I really appreciate you guys, even through this, whatever the fuck is going on, and supporting the live and helping us with that gift goal. Thank you guys so much. Really, truly. Because we don't deserve it with whatever the fuck we're talking about now. And you guys are amazing. So, really, thank you. And if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, then only you can save us from whatever the fuck we're talking about right now. Please save us.
Please save us. Also,
Heard about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
I promise that, like, we can act like adults and, like, talk about serious things. I promise that we can.
It's been a rough night, okay?
I tried.
Been a wild
When
one.
y'all started talking about raw marshmallows again, okay? It's not my fault.
No,
I actually did fairly good today, thank you.
Hammy did some good questioning.
Well, look at you, teacher's pet.
No, I'm saying that because that means now I can be not so good.
Oh, so now that you've acknowledged that you've been good, you can misbehave now?
Precisely.
God, you were a fucking nightmare to your parents, weren't you?
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Tell me you're a brat without telling me you're a brat.
Point about the raw Snickers bar is hilarious. Because
Right, though.
if you can eat a Snickers bar out of the package,
Means it's raw.
I feel like the
Those are not
definition
raw.
needs to stop with an individual packaged thing. If it's individually packaged,
Can you eat a pickle out of a jar? Does that make it raw?
no.
I mean, it's pickled. Do we consider things that are pickled raw? Doesn't pickling involve some kind of like chemical process?
Doesn't creating marshmallows involve a cooking process and chemical process?
A chemical process.
Is that what's not raw? Is like
Have y'all heard about our Lord and Savior Jesus
Why are we
Christ?
back on this topic?
The chat hasn't moved on from it. I'm not like actively instigating any more raw discussion.
It is not Azur's fault.
Y'all heard about our Lord and
Might be
Savior
mine.
Jesus Christ?
I have a question.
Never heard of him.
Okay, I've been keep getting asked that. I don't know it either.
Sorry, Hazel. Go ahead. What was your question that was probably actually way more serious?
It was
No
actually
pressure.
Yes. No, yes, I promise it's not about marshmallows at all. How much do you guys think responsibility does require agency?
What do you mean?
Ooh, can you clarify that?
So like Thrayle was talking about the responsibility in his vulnerability, like, so how much of your responsibility to a decision or being vulnerable requires your own agency to it, like your knowledge of it? Does that make any sense?
I have a serious answer for this.
I'm not honestly tracking on what you're asking.
How much does your agency influence your responsibility?
Since one has to, with responsibility, one may have to acknowledge one's own wrongdoing and one's own fault in a particular situation, that it requires quite a bit of agency, because in order to accept fault in something that has happened, then one has to be an acting agent within there, and so your agency is required for that.
Yeah, I have a follow up. Like, can you be responsible or have responsibility or take responsibility without agency?
No, I would say no, and that's because if something happens and you take responsibility for something going wrong, then you are saying that you were an active agent in the wrongdoing, and therefore are taking your side, at least your part of the blame for it.
Yeah, Hazel, what do you think?
I think that you have some responsibility even without agency, to be honest.
How
so?
Okay, in what way is one without agency?
That's a good question. Ignorantly, I would say.
But you still have agency even if you're ignorant, right? Like you still...
What is bearing the responsibility?
What is agency?
I think that really depends on the circumstance. I mean, I know
Does it depend on the circumstance though? Because that's where I'm getting hung up as well. But at the end of the day, someone is responsible, regardless of whether they choose to involve themselves or not.
I know that
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I know that when Buddhism talks about responsibility, just from what I've read, there is and talks about karma and stuff. It does talk about the fact that if you do something bad but you were coerced, that alters, I guess, the karma or the responsibility that you bear because you were coerced or because you were acting within limited means or conditions that constrained your ability to exercise your agency.
Mm-hmm. So agency is assuming that you have all the accurate and true information, and like if you don't have all the accurate and true information, then your agency has been like handicapped.
Is
I
there
guess I would say
have all the
constrained, yeah.
information?
What was that, Hazel?
Is there a way to have all of the information?
That's situational, I think, maybe.
Yeah, I feel like that would be situational.
Do you mean all available or all attainable?
I would mean like all obtainable, because if you have to have all information to have agency, then it would have to be obtainable information.
I don't think that you have to have all the information to have agency. I think there's like levels of agent, like, you know, like the more true and correct information you have, the more agency you have over it.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Like it scales?
Huh?
Like it scales, like the amount of agency scales with the amount of knowledge you might have, or information you might have.
Mm-hmm.
I would disagree, and only for the fact that, like, for instance, like, let's say Hazelnut uses, like, they, them pronouns, and I'm unaware of those, and I keep calling Hazelnut she, and even though she'll correct me and say that, oh, I use they, them, I still have agency in the fact that I still misgendered them, so...
Right, so then
I still have agency
for that.
Yeah. So I don't think that all info or any the level of information you have is dependent on your agency is dependent on your level of information.
Your ability to exercise your agency is dependent on your level of information. Now, whether or not you like what you do with that information is completely on you, and that's where the responsibility thing comes in.
Can you repeat that one more time to make sure that I'm tracking what you're saying?
So, like, the amount of information you have is like it is in correlation with the ability to exercise your own ability to exercise your agency. However, how you exercise that agency is what we're talking about taking the responsibility for. Right, so you can know that she uses they, them pronouns and continue to call her her, and that is, you're still exercising your agency, you still have the information, but then that becomes an issue of responsibility. You have the responsibility to do with that information, like what you should do or whatever.
Yeah, but my level of understanding on what her pronouns are doesn't change my agency, though. I still have the agency to say whatever pronoun.
If you don't know, then your ability to exercise your agency is affected. If you do
Right,
know,
because in this instance, she is repeatedly correcting. No, it's they, them. No, it's they, them.
Right, no, I get that, but that's like what I'm saying is if you don't have true or correct information, your ability to exercise your agency is impaired. After you have the information, there's no relationship there.
I don't see how it's impaired, though.
I also don't see how it's impaired.
So
how does your ability to act? How does your ability to?
If you don't know that she uses they, them pronouns, and you call her she, but you didn't know that she uses they, them pronouns, and you would have done a different action or made a different decision if you did know that, that is how your agency is impaired. So if you knew that she uses they, them pronouns, and you called her she, you wouldn't have called her she. But since you didn't know, you did call her she. Because you didn't have the information to make the informed decision.
So does agency require knowledge?
That's what Kat was saying.
So the
I was
agency
working
sure
off somebody
changes.
else's thing. I was
Yeah.
just like explaining.
But so does that change the responsibility, Kat? Like, does the responsibility change based on their knowledge?
I think so, yeah. If I don't know that you use they them pronouns and I call you she, my responsibility is far less than if I do know that you use they them pronouns and call you she, right? Wouldn't you think so?
I personally disagree, but I think it's because I don't measure responsibility in
How
a
can you be responsible for something
scale.
you had no knowledge of?
Because responsibility doesn't like place fault necessarily, like in a bad way. It just means that I was responsible.
So I think that you're responsible for, like, I think that if, like, in the pronouns example, right? If I don't know that you use they them pronouns and I call you she, it is your responsibility to inform me if you want, like, if, right? And it is my responsibility to use the pronouns you prefer moving forward. But I think in that instance, there's like, it just is a thing. Like, what is there to be responsible for? Which is what?
It's not like a thing that ruins you as a person or like takes away the goodness of a person. I think it's just, it happens. Sometimes we're responsible for things we don't intend to be for.
I think I get what you're both saying. I think that maybe it would be prudent to kind of note that there's a difference between like responsibility and accountability. Like you are responsible for your actions, but I feel like you would have to hold people to different levels of accountability based on whether or not they were, aware of the pronoun thing or not. Does that make sense?
That's a good point.
Yeah, because I think people, I think we tend to collapse the ideas of accountability and responsibility together, and I think it's just like, oh, are they responsible for that action? Maybe, but that doesn't always necessarily mean that they need to be held accountable as if they were acting out of malice. Yeah.
That's a really fair point. I tend to be like overly personally accountable with myself. So I probably was conflating the two, I guess.
A good distinction between accountability and responsibility, because you can be responsible for something and not hold yourself accountable, and also the vice versa. So that's very interesting.
Where does where's the line there? At what point, like, does it's like, do we need to not like be accountable and responsible, and what point, like, do we just need to be responsible?
I do think what you were saying about knowledge would be a contributing factor to the line between somebody's accountability for what they're responsible for.
Knowledge, and other constraints that affect agency, like coercion.
Right, yeah, okay, that's also good. Why do you guys disagree that, like, if you don't know about something, if you're not informed, like, that doesn't affect your agency?
Because you're still choosing regardless of the information.
Well, I think it does affect your agency. I just don't agree that it affects the responsibility. I think it does affect the agency personally.
I think, especially if we're talking about like a structure, like in a structural sense, I think knowledge does affect people's ability, like what kind of choices they can make. because say if you only know about option 1, 2, and 3, but nobody ever told you about option 4, so you don't pick option 4, you were still able to exert agency, in the sense of you were still able to make a choice, but the scope of that agency was limited by your knowledge because you didn't know about option 4. Maybe.
Yeah, it affects your ability to exercise your agency, right?
How does...
Because if you're not informed of all the options and then you make a choice, you might have made a different choice if you had all the information. So your agency was not exercised in the way that you would have had you had the true correct information.
I've just chalked it up to I might be too dumb for this.
You're not dumb at all. You have such agency to educate yourself and figure it out.
So, I mean, like, the limitation of agency doesn't affect your ability to exercise it, though.
Can you say that one more time, Morgan? I'm sorry.
So not knowing all of the options limits the scope of your agency, but not your ability to exercise it, yes?
I don't think so, because if we're talking about the scenario where there's 4 options and you only know about 3 of them, you're never going to choose that 4th option. You can't have the agency to choose option number 4.
That makes no sense. I'm not understanding. I'm so sorry.
If you okay, let's say that you have you make a decision about something, and then later you find out that there was a different choice you could have made that you were not informed about, and then you're thinking about it, right? And you go through the thought process, and it would have been completely different had you known about this other option.
But I didn't at the time.
Right. But
okay.
Is that not? Sorry, my words. I'm like, I need to words. I had it, and then I don't. Just a second.
So if you don't know about that option, how would you ever choose that option?
I think what Morgan's saying is she doesn't understand what we mean by it affects your ability to exercise your agency, because I think that she is saying that it does not affect the fact that you are able to make a choice, right?
Yes.
Right. And what we are saying is the choice-making process is affected by the lack of knowledge, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I think insofar as the scope, the kinds of choices that you can make.
So when I said the ability, it affects your ability to exercise your agency, what I meant was that it affects the process you're going through to make the choice. The processes you're working through to make the choice are affected by the lack of knowledge or the incorrect information.
I'm a creature of habit. I'm always picking 2.
I think we're just talking past each other.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit.
Which is why we always choose the second option.
Thank you for taking that time to break that down.
I don't think either of us are necessarily right or wrong. I just think we were talking
we were
in 2
just
different contexts.
Yeah, 2 ships in
but
the
if you choose to believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, request on up so we can discuss that with you.
And of course, Morgan, I think it's definitely worth taking the time to explore.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we don't have to come up with a full answer to these questions. We're just exploring them.
And if you're exploring different gods and higher powers and whatnot, request up.
God damn it. And I am not married to any of these ideas. Like, I'm open to changing my mind. This is just where I'm at, right? Mm-hmm.
You are married to the bride of Christ.
Can we stop?
That last one was a little much.
A bit theatrical.
Whether you're married to your beliefs or not, if you're capable of questioning them, and you have some kind of belief in a god or gods or really anything like that, then go ahead and request on up. We're not just looking to pounce on you or pry your god beliefs from your fleshy fingers. We just want to know if you actually can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe and why do you believe it?
Sometimes I think he makes it sound scary on purpose.
Why would I do such a thing?
Right, just so he can do that. Mm-hmm. Act like he has no idea what I'm talking about.
Why would a skeleton
trying beliefs
asking,
from your fleshy fingers?
Right. Well, I mean, as opposed to my bony ones.
Cool.
Hey, Thrayle.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's looking a little friendly heavy.
I can drop down. I gotta go to bed.
No,
Anyways.
that was literally me saying that I would drop down for y'all.
Oh no, I have to go to bed.
Well, we'll let you two fight it out in the comments about who gets dropped. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much, Hammy and Azure Arsonist.
Z says you're more trustworthy because you can see through skeletons.
You're still pretty opaque, though.
I mean, but there is some, quite a bit more transparency involved, at least, than most meat bags.
Meat bags, he says.
He just calls
interesting.
meat bags.
I think so, yeah.
Gross. I'm gonna hold you responsible for that.
I need my dog to figure out what's wrong, like what the hell is going on.
Can you hear mine snoring right next to me? Because mine is snoring next to me.
Nope.
If you have a snory dog and you believe in God,
That was one of those cat level segues that we have come to know and love.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are they raw? Doesn't raw imply, again, unprocessed, uncooked, unaltered?
Were your bones cooked? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, do bones just grow as bones with nothing around them, nothing involved? If bones are bare, is the bearing of the bones not a process?
Are you saying that we cooked you?
No, perhaps time.
I think Thrayle's admitting that we've cooked him.
I think perhaps time does the cooking of the bones.
Are they fossilized at this point? How long? Like, I have so many questions.
That's a different cooking. That's overcooking.
Ah, okay.
How much time do you think we actually experience?
None of it at all.
What do you mean?
None of it at
From whose
all.
perspective?
I mean, if you say from your own, you experience all of it, right?
Do you? Do you experience every moment?
Does
that you're
time
alive?
end when you end?
Maybe.
My time ends when I end.
If at any point during your life you go under anesthesia, did you experience that time?
Yes, I think.
What experienced the time?
My body will have the memory of that experience.
What do you mean by memory?
Either scars or fear, maybe, or reactionary to.
Will the body remember fear during that time period? Is that what you're saying? Or fear from before?
It will have reactions to that experience, I think. I don't know, I've never gone under, so. Are your experiences only your experiences if you remember them?
Is it an experience if you don't?
How many times have you been under the influence and not remembered it? Was it not an experience?
Perhaps. If that is an experience, though not remembered, I lost where I was going. What actually is an experience?
Do we need a what the fuck is the experience?
Mm-hmm. I'll put Jimi Hendrix in the background.
I don't know what an experience is. I don't think I can answer. I have experiences in my head, remember?
Don't you have, I was going to say you have experiences that you could fabricate, so do those experiences count as experience?
I would say the line would be once there's noticeable reaction. So if the experience internally is affecting an experience externally.
How do we, how do we delineate experience from non-experience? What is not an experience?
What is not an experience would very outside of the self. So, and I don't know what the self is. Don't ask me that yet, okay? But
I had my finger over the button.
I know you did. But I mean like another person. So my experience ends when another person's experience begins.
What? Why does your experience end where another's begins? What does that mean? You can't share perspective.
Can overlap. Our experiences can overlap. Right now, our experiences are overlapping, but we still have different factors that are contributing to different experiences. I like Aaron's question. Wait, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, okay, we'll go with Aaron's question. I have one, but what about the raw experiences versus the memory of the experience?
That was not the one I was talking about, but I was talking about, does experience require agency?
Oh, well, see, you're on agency. What is agency?
Choice?
I think we should do that. The ability to make a choice, or the choice itself?
The ability, deliberation between options.
So choice is the ability to deliberate. Agency is the ability to deliberate.
Yeah, they're the same thing in my head. I would say the difference between choice and agency is a choice doesn't require a agent where agency does. Like a choice can exist independently of a person.
Well, you better keep your mouth shut about earlier.
I didn't say anything.
Hi, Philly.
Good morning, Philly.
Good morning, Philly. I thought.
Really?
No, she's putting all the rest of us in the hot seat.
And then Thrayle asks me questions because that's what Thrayle does.
Because he likes to dodge. I'm sorry.
What did I dodge?
I don't think you dodged much. She was kidding.
Immediately went, no, I'm kidding, I'm sorry.
I'm kidding. Because I am, and I'm not dodging. I'm kidding.
Tell me what I dodged, and I'll dodge that too.
Yeah, I know you will. I know that's right.
We were talking about vulnerability a long time ago, and I think that's what originally got dodged.
Was it Aaron? Oh man.
Oh man. And quite the evening.
We were talking about raw marshmallows earlier, Philly. Not to get back on that topic, but just to forward.
Hazel.
Do bones dodge swiftly? Does it sound like a wind chime?
No, it sounds like a bone
Oh,
chime,
probably
obviously.
does.
Hello?
Hey God, it's me, your boy.
It's me, your boy. No, not wooden. Bone.
Do
Very
cycles
distinct
feel
sound.
do cycles feel inevitable? Like, are we always gonna go in circles? Or is that just
Oh, we lost the last half of that.
my brain? Is the last half?
I'm not sure what you mean by
What do you mean by
cycles.
inevitable?
Like circular thinking.
You hush.
And inevitable means unavoidable in my brain. Like cycles of questioning, I guess. In my head, it's yes, because I want to question.
Do you think we question cyclically?
All the time. I'm gonna make sure that Thrayle can show off every single one of those little art that he made.
Is the nature of a cycle inherently negative?
I think it's neutral. I just think it is. Like it's not.
Is the nature of inevitability negative?
Also neutral.
Subtle Psycho asks, why is everyone negative towards cyclists?
They're always in the fucking way. No, I'm just kidding.
I think we might be winding down. Unless there's anybody out there who actually has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that and is capable of questioning their belief. We haven't had one of those for most of the night.
Mm-hmm.
I think they don't believe anymore. I think you got all their gods. They're all in the shed. All of them are gone. Sorry.
They're not gone. They're just afraid to
You
leave.
did your job too good. I wish they would prove me wrong, though. I wish someone would come tell us about their god or something. Or goddess, or the power, the energy. The source. Cat's favorite is the source. Yeah, thanks, bro.
I need a new what the fuck is God.
Source is what we all come from, everywhere we go. What did I used to think?
It was everywhere and everything, and there's nothing that it wasn't. Or that wasn't it.
Yeah, that was right. The wind was source. The trees are source. Philly is source.
Was the source?
The source is obviously source. That's
Did the source have a source?
No, the source is source.
So the source was a sourceless source. If
No, the
ever a source
the
there
source
was.
source. Source was the source of the source, and the source was a source. And the source didn't need a source because it was the source and is the source.
How can a source be sourceless in its own source?
It's a source, of course.
Of course, of course.
If a sourceless source is its own source, then it both has a source and is a source. Doesn't that contradict it being sourceless?
No.
What?
Why not? If it is its own source, doesn't it have a source then?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just source.
Just source.
So the sourceless source is sourced by its own.
Yeah, it's like
source.
God, where God
That
comes
is
from
its
God or something. But it's just source. It's the exact same thing, but it's just source. But don't call it God. Because it's source.
That's Jewish. That's rabbi. That's Jewish. That's rabbi.
What? Rav? Is Rav here?
He's a rabbi that's Jewish. He's a Jewish rabbi that's Jewish. He said something very redundant one day, and it was very funny to me.
And it just kind of stuck.
And circles that cycle, circle and cycle circularly.
I told you that my brain is a circle.
Thought processes are so fun.
But if we were all source, why would we talk to each other? I think it's so that I like to talk to myself. So I think talking to other people is a form of talking to source, obviously. Duh.
Would you say you're a generally introverted or extroverted person?
Oh, that's hard. That depends on who I am, but most of the time extroverted.
I do need to ask a question, kind of based on subtle psychos. Would you say that belief in a source is sorcery?
Stop it.
No. I'm gonna go with no.
Oh, I'm so saving that question for the next time, though.
Absolutely. Write that down right now.
That's funny.
No, the reason I asked that, I find it interesting because I certainly have a different perspective of that from you. Not just in how I perceive the situation, but also in how my thought process functions as opposed to yours, I guess, based on how you've presented it.
I'm confused. You think I'd be introverted? What are you saying?
No, I'm saying that I am more introverted than you are. and I have a different perspective of that than you, and I'm wondering if that has any correlation.
Of source?
Of course, damn it.
I mean, my perspective of source is very loosely interpreted now. But, yeah. I more so think of the process God now. I wish Rav was here. I want to talk to Rav about the process God, because I now think somewhat more in line with the process God than anything else. I don't know, though. Source is source, I guess. Source is nothing to me, though, actually. I think,
No,
I don't know where we came from.
My commentary was more so on your assessment that desire to speak to source, and I, on the other hand, very much dislike speaking to people. Oddly enough, since I'm here almost every night. Would avoid it if I could. Prefer texts over phone calls, prefer phone calls over in person. So it's just it's a very interesting opposition, I guess.
Oh yeah, I'm a yapper. I could yap about all the time.
You right, Aaron. You right.
And if you can yap about questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for a debate, but it does seem like there aren't very many people left looking to actually question.
Numbers are looking a little slim there, boys and girls.
I think we scared them off with the marshmallow raw talk, to be honest.
We did. I think that really did make it.
That's what killed it.
It did. We went, wait, what the fuck? We've been what the fuck for hours. We haven't really questioned belief.
This is why I can't come up, because
We also
it's
kind
just what the fuck.
I mean, there's a few people tapping the screen a little bit, but we haven't really increased that number in a while. Yeah, might be getting to that time. I thought
we'd get at least a little bit more. At least one.
You know what happens is usually when I set the end as an I, and I start setting everyone down, people start requesting. I almost never end the live without someone in the queue.
Well, if you didn't make it up today, there's always tomorrow.
I don't have
Unless you're not going live tomorrow.
I was planning to. I don't have a poem ready. That's what I mean. I was expecting to go a little later.
That'll do it, yeah, no. I mean, I'm sure we can get another believer before the top of the hour. Bottom of the hour.
That. I'm unconvinced.
I don't believe that. Can you question that belief?
It's not a belief, it's a lack of belief. I don't believe. Disbelief.
Well, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Can you question that lack of belief? It's just the plow. Calm down.
Thrayle, why do you prefer not to debate?
Because I find debate to be mostly at least on the surface, unproductive toward actually engaging in critical thinking. It often, at least on the surface, just turns into a posturing battle, or a battle of who can state facts and figures of those numbers, just to see who can get bigger numbers and be more aggressive or more dominant in some malicious way, being overly verbose or drowning the other person in long-winded pontifications. You just end up alienating the other person you're talking to, or the audience, or both. It becomes a spectator sport rather than a thought-provoking engagement of the context and the content.
What do you fear most about other people's certainty?
The actions that certainty inspires. And the results of those actions. The fact that once you have certainty and you begin to act upon it, nothing seemingly can stop you. At least stop the will to act upon your certainty.
How do you grapple? I don't know the word necessarily. How do you deal with existing in somewhat of a deterministic, sorry cat, place and trying to encourage questioning? Like, if they're meant to believe that in some capacity, how are you working on affecting that choice of belief, I guess?
I am but another factor that they encounter to, in some way, influence the outcome of their process, their decision-making process in some way, whether or not it's me that does it. The words I say, the way they encounter me, is going to influence something.
Is it important to you that it's a positive influence?
I would say so. I'd like it to be.
If you believe that determinism is the accurate way to describe reality, do you have any choice but to question?
Right. No. And to say that I believe that determinism is the accurate way to describe reality is a little more firm a stance than I would state. It seems to me that determinism is a logical and reasonable system, and it seems like that is likely the case. So, to the best of my understanding and reason, it seems likely, but I don't know that it's like hard determinism. I don't know that that is the case. I don't know that there's no factors of some unexplainable thing. I just don't see evidence of that. Of that. Did you see the mermaid in this one, Philly?
Oh, this is so cool. I like this a lot.
Mermaids. Philly and I believe in mermaids.
Is the mermaid in this one different? Oh, it's got a mannequin arm.
They're marionettes.
They're all marionettes.
Oh, they're all marionettes. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the puppet master?
They're out of frame.
Skeletal bat goddess. No, it's the skeletal bat goddess, of course.
How can she be pulling strings when she's still unfurling her wings?
Yeah, exactly. They're connected.
And I did not intend for it.
Philly, what's your opinion on agency and responsibility? How much responsibility, no, how much agency is required for responsibility in your opinion?
I feel like the more agency someone has, the more responsibility they have. Like, I think I don't think they're black, white, on, off. Categories so much as to the degree that someone has agency is the degree that they are responsible.
Agency requires full knowledge, or how do I say this? Does the amount of agency matter to the amount of knowledge you have of a topic for making that choice? That makes sense.
I think so.
New question. Do you believe someone if you trust them more?
Makes sense to me that would be the case.
Can you trust someone completely and still not leave them?
Trust someone completely and not believe them?
Mm-hmm.
I can trust that someone I love with dementia means well completely, and yet I'm not going to necessarily believe what they have to say.
People you trust can lie.
Absolutely.
I would say
Not
that. Go ahead.
The degree to which I trust someone is not necessarily correlated with the degree or the chance they will lie to me, because I can be deceived.
That's fair.
I would say the level of trust lessens the likelihood I'm going to fact check.
Interesting.
We had a person come back.
Yeah.
What about that is interesting to you?
That you would use your level of trust to confirm your, well, to at least to help confirm your faith in reality, or at least in the way someone presents it.
I mean, I had it beaten to my head, trust but verify, from the military, so it's just kind of a part of my identity now.
So the more you trust, the less you verify.
No. I'm still likely to verify, but the level of trust perhaps lessens the amount of which I will look to verify. Because in my mind, if I trust a person, I already have the information necessary to make that assessment.
If someone you trusted, Morgan, like 1000%, they've never did you wrong, then they presented the idea to you that in their position a God exists, would you lean more towards the belief in a God because you trusted that person?
No. Also, I've never met a person, there's nobody I trust to that degree. So, I wouldn't honestly know.
That's fair. Is there a difference between trust and faith?
Yes.
What is it? What's the difference?
Trust can be verifiable, faith cannot be.
Philly, what is faith to you?
The first definition that comes to mind is scriptural. Faith is being sure of what we hope for and certain of what we do not see. That's what I memorized.
Do you still use the term faith in your life now? Anytime?
To describe myself?
Does that definition fit the way you have faith in yourself?
I guess so.
Can you have trust without starting with faith?
Yes, I believe that you can.
How?
By seeing evidence before you have any trust, before you put any faith into someone or something. If you have verifiable evidence before you put your faith or trust into something, you don't need the faith before you get to the trust. Does that still fit with the definition that you were using, Morgan?
Can you state it again, please?
If you withhold judgment regarding whether something is trustworthy or you have faith in it until you see verifiable evidence, when you see that verifiable evidence and you can trust it, you never had to have the faith. Since, by your definition, faith is not verifiable.
Yeah, I would say that aligns with my perspective of it, yeah.
Do you think we have to choose to trust somebody, or do people prove to us that they deserve trust?
I definitely think we have to choose, even all the way down to an infant. There's external factors that may make something more likely. Like, for example, as an infant, you have hormones and things going on in your body that make you more likely to trust your caregivers. But it's still a choice.
If that choice is based on factors presented to the infant, is it still a choice?
Is anything a choice without factors being presented?
Well, that I have an opinion. Yes, I don't think so. But what do you think?
I think even without knowing all of the factors, you can still make a choice.
Yes, I think you have to. I think we're required to make choices all the time. But does that mean that there actually are choices?
Yes. I don't think there are no choices.
I don't think that's the opposite of choices. Is no choice. I think I think what I'm questioning is what causes choice. Like, do you think you're the sole person to choose, or are the factors what chooses for you?
Both. You are what forces choice within your own perception of the world, and external factors can exert some influence. They don't always, but they can.
Interesting. Why don't they always?
Relevance. Relevance to the individual.
What choice can the individual make without factors?
No choice.
I'm confused then.
No choice is a choice.
Sure. I agree, but is that not... How does them not making a choice and therefore making a choice also... Like, is that still agency for you? Or
I
is
mean,
that just a
you
choice?
still have the ability to make a choice, so agency is not affected. But if your only choice is no choice, it's still a choice.
I think my brain is breaking because I don't think we make choices that much. So
You're constantly making
I think we're determined to make choices, but like I'm being influenced by all the factors in my life to make those choices. And that
But are you not still making those choices?
I don't think I am.
Who is?
No one. It's a system that is in place that is going to exist beyond me and existed before me.
What is the system made up of?
Everything. All the, like, humans, universe, all the things, everything that exists. Maybe. If we exist.
Mm. If you have faith or trust in a God, God's higher power, or anything of the sort, and you can question your belief, you are very welcome to request up.
Philip is dying to talk to him, or is unaliving to talk to him. Remember? I'm so sorry. Yeah, everyone has the free will to request up. If you believe in Source or what else do people believe in? Are you pantheistic? Do you have mermaids? Do you have gods? Do you like to talk about agency, I guess? Come tell us about it. Does your God give you agency? What is God? Come on up, request up. Save us from...
That was cool. I don't know if I'd
What
seen
is
that one
self?
before.
Yeah, I like the self one. Wait, self is related to brain in a jar? No wonder I don't know what the hell self is.
Oh, that's interesting. I like that background. Frequency. Is that the one you were having trouble spelling?
I didn't have any trouble spelling it.
What is frequency? Do you think that quantum mechanics is your God? I used to. Come tell me about it. Come convince me.
Oh, nothing.
Would it help to tell you that I was a pagan? Still am, actually.
Okay, I was gonna ask, is that
I was like, wait,
past tense thing?
I was a believing pagan. How about that? I went from Christianity to paganism, and now I'm here. Knowledge is a gateway drug.
To what?
Knowledge is a gateway drug?
Knowledge is a gateway to what?
More knowledge.
More knowledge. Awareness, self-awareness, situational awareness.
I wonder if Thrayle would put back on the WTF is God background. I didn't get a good look at that one.
What about this one?
Oh, just kidding.
Those gods can't me, man. I can't. Like, weird aardvark anteater god. If anybody knows which god that is, and you have a belief in a god's higher power or something like that, request up.
These are some interesting choices.
I wonder how Thrayle's poem is going, because that is definitely what he's doing. That's my prediction anyway. He's silent because I'm right, and he doesn't want me to be right about my predictions.
Well, perhaps because he has not been working on the poem and is now feeling called out.
Oh, no. He would tell me that. He would say that out loud. Because he would love that my predictions are wrong. Earlier, he called me a psychic, Philly. I think yeah.
What?
Yeah, he said Hazel is a psychic, and...
Did I say that?
Yes,
Can confirm.
Can confirm. Morgan said, I have witness. All I need is like 11 more, and then I'm God.
You got a full jury then.
But Thrayle said I was psychic because I predicted something that he had to do that he didn't know he had to do. So, I'm psychic, obviously. I could predict what Morgan's doing. I bet Morgan is putting the collar back on her dog. And
nope.
I predict Philly is laying in bed, not wanting to get up.
Is that a prediction when it's just a constant state of being?
I didn't say that. That was not my statement. I predicted.
Yeah, but I also can relate to Philly a lot.
I did get up, make eggs, help my kiddo get ready for school, took him to school, but I am now back laying in bed.
Immediately went back to bed.
Obviously.
I have been called out.
I know the rhythm of a parent.
If you predict that a god or a goddess exists, then please request up and tell us all about it. We're not trying to debate or take your god and put it in a shed. Maybe somebody else on the panel is, but not me. So come on up and tell me about it.
Not Hazel.
My shed is empty.
I don't have a shed, I have a book.
I have a brain sometimes.
Are you a scarecrow?
Sometimes.
Valid. That's diabolical, Z.
I want to eat Cheerios with chocolate milk.
That sounds horrendous.
No, that sounds
It's delicious.
amazing.
That
I
sounds
also don't like chocolate milk.
Okay, that's your problem. Don't make
What's
it.
wrong with you, Morgan?
I also don't like ranch. I don't like chicken nuggets. I don't like ketchup. I don't like cake.
Why are you wrong?
I've been asking myself that question since I've been able to ask myself questions, okay?
I owe Hammy royalties after asking you that question.
Hammy was here earlier. You missed him.
Mm.
I believe he's watching a documentary at the moment on our favorite guy with a little something on his lip.
Why is there like a battle going on behind Thrayle on this what the fuck screen?
Because it is representative of Valhalla.
It is also hell freezing over with flying pigs and demons playing polo on unicorns.
On unicorns. It's such a specific image.
Here is a
The hotter version.
hellish depiction. Yes.
I
Is
spoke
that-
with a Catholic earlier who talked about purgatory and how they differentiate purgatory from hell, and it's because you get pulled out of the lake of fire. That's confusing. The Bible is confusing. If y'all want to explain the Bible to me, please. Not y'all, but somebody in the comments. I mean, if y'all want to, you can, but I would love a believer.
And it's not necessarily that we want an explanation of the Bible. We just want to know why you believe what it says.
I want an explanation of the Bible, so DM me sometime too.
I've got all the time in the world, Rip.
Only a week? It's like a book that's like 1,000 years old apparently, and they're like, you need about a week to understand it.
Just a week to understand it.
Just a week. Not to criticize you, Rip. I don't know your life, but that seems short to me.
How many pages is the Bible?
Too many.
Not usually.
No.
I figured that was the case, Sonole, but I didn't know if there was like a agreed upon number.
If you believe in a god, goddess, or anything like that, higher power, we're here to question people's beliefs.
Look at that.
Ask, what are you talking about?
Hello, Sergey. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
19.
What year were you born?
06.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, I believe they're all false.
You say you believe they are all false. Why do you?
Yeah, I believe any like Abrahamic, pagan, all false, all made up, all fantasies and story tales.
Why do you believe that they are all false?
Because I think that mainly just civilizations like created them to like just represent like archetypes or just like motifs, behaviors or just personality traits. But I don't actually think they have any type of like significance in the physical world.
You don't
And
think
if anything, I would say I would find a lot of them a bit like humorous, especially when it comes to their source of knowledge for like the universe and the world.
you're using interesting choices of word here. You say you don't think any of them have any significance in the physical world. You mean that they don't have any physical presence, any kind of see?
No, when I say they don't have any significance, I mean we don't really derive like anything beneficial from them, other than just like maybe having some type of account for the world or just like interesting mythologies.
What would the purpose of an interesting mythology be?
I don't know, maybe to kind of just provide some like rational account for the world, but doesn't necessarily mean it's justified.
Is that the only reason a myth would be perpetuated?
I don't know, maybe it could also like represent like lots of, like I said, like behaviors or like attitudes and stuff like that. Like I know like when it comes to like Norse mythology, the gods and goddesses represent different types of personality traits. For example, Odin would represent like wisdom.
How does that affect the people who believe it?
I guess for those people that believe in those gods and goddesses, I guess it gives them some sense of direction, some sense of purpose, some sense of understanding of the mechanics of the world.
What do you mean by mechanics of the world? Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so like mechanics of the world would just kind of entail like, how like the world operates, right? So, there's some belief systems where they believe that the world is just like full of chaos, right? Some people believe that, the universe is just like this constant cycle. Kind of like Druids, like they kind of believe that there's just like chaos and then there's order, and it's just a constant cycle of disorder and order.
Is there anything that would convince you that a god or gods exist?
Not necessarily, because I wouldn't even know the exact methodology to be able to make inferences about a god, besides just making ad hoc assumptions.
You can think of no kind of evidence or experience that might compel you to believe that a thing greater than you, powerful enough to make or unmake you, exists.
I mean, even if there was some type of plausible like evidence or proof, that would just lead me to then ask like what would be like the correct God to believe in, and then that's just another question of methodology.
Mm-hmm. If a thing presented itself to you as a god in a way that you were able to at least verify an existence of it, I realize that entails a lot of assumptions. It's hypothetical. Would you follow, venerate, worship, or in any way practice in favor of a god that you know exists?
Yeah, if I had some type of like, encounter with this God, and I know it couldn't be otherwise, that, it's not like a hallucination or it's not some type of mental disturbance that I'm experiencing, then yes, I would definitely venerate and worship that God without a doubt, if I know it couldn't be otherwise.
It's interesting. So even just by knowing it exists and being certain it's this one, does it matter what its attributes, its personality, its likes, dislikes, or commandments are?
I mean, if this is the true God, the creator of the universe, and the world, then I would imagine that they would know his best, since they've probably pondered all the possible ways humanity could exist. And so if I'm alive in that current universe, then that means that God has chosen the best possible existence for humanity. And so therefore his commandments and morals would probably be the best. So I don't think I would necessarily question.
It's interesting. So as long as a God exists and it's verifiably the God, if it is that powerful, if it is that creator, then it earns your devotion simply by existing and verifying that to you.
Right. Yeah, I came to that conclusion because, I mean, if this is the God and, they created me, then I would imagine that the origins for my moral intuition would derive from them. So basically my moral judgments, my moral autonomy would basically come from that being. And so therefore it would be, I think, pretty condescending and maybe a little bit arrogant to want to critique that God if they're the one that provided me any like formal critique upon that God. I think it would be a bit incoherent.
Interesting. So because it created your capacity for moral judgment, you think that even if you found yourself in conflict, at odds with a decision it makes, you wouldn't see it fit to question that decision based on that moral capability it gave you.
Right. I mean, if I was at odds with it, I probably wouldn't believe in it in the first place, because I would want to align my willpower with that God, the wants of that God. I'd want to align it with my wants.
Do you think that you choose your beliefs?
What do you mean, like, by choose my beliefs exactly?
Can you choose to believe in a God that has verified its existence to you, even if its morality doesn't align with yours?
Yeah, I think I can choose to believe.
Could you choose not to believe in a God that verified its existence to you?
No, I don't think I would be able to do that. I would just be kind of like denying like what's already presented itself to be necessary.
So I realize we're in hypothetical land here. We're kind of off in the weeds, but that's kind of because of the absence of your belief, or your belief in absence. Is it one over the other?
I would say like it's the absence, yeah.
More absence of belief than belief in absence.
I'd say it's the absence of belief, yeah.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
I think it's very important. Because
Why is it
you,
important? Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, it's very important because I guess it would give you an essential understanding of not only the universe, so basically metaphysics of the world, but it would also give you a good understanding of ethics and how you should live your life. Or I guess it would provide you with the most virtuous way of living your life, depending on what that God believes is good and evil.
So if you found yourself in some kind of moral conflict with a God that had verified its existence to you, you would want to align yourself with the God against your own moral perceptions.
Yeah, I would say so. Because maybe there's some type of misunderstanding that I'm having. Because if that's a divine mind, maybe their justification, their judgment is better than mine's because they know their reasons beyond what my mind can comprehend since it's finite.
Do you feel that you can question your lack of belief?
Very well so. I think it's important too. You should always be open to having your mind changed.
I think even by immersing yourself in the hypothetical, you demonstrated that you can. I just thought it was worth asking how you felt. What do you think is the best critique of your own worldview?
I would say the best critique of my worldview would have to be I would probably say maybe the argument of contingency. That my beliefs are contingent on something.
So you're saying that your beliefs are contingent on some kind of being, whether you believe in that or not.
Right. Like in the case, I guess you could say of like meta ethics, like my beliefs would like presuppose some type of objective framework.
Kind of like a tag argument, but with beliefs as the...
You're right. Yeah, the transcendental argument.
So you think that is kind of the best critique of your kind of atheism, is a transcendental style precept argument?
Yeah, I would say that's the best one.
It's fascinating. I kind of, from a similar perspective, think it's the worst one because of the presupposition required for something, whatever attribute.
I would say that one is really good, mainly in the context of like meta ethics. Mainly when somebody asks you for like your grounding for your beliefs and how can you get normativity from that.
Yeah, because the answer kind of alludes, many atheists at least, as to what is your grounding for your belief in no God, or what is your grounding for intelligibility in your no God world, or however they're saying it on TikTok now. So do you have a stock kind of answer that you give there, Sergey, when they ask for your grounding? An answer to this critique?
Yeah, I would just like probably say like I hold to like some form of like naturalistic ethics, right? So you don't have to like derive like ethics from like some type of divine mind, but you can like derive like ethics from nature, that which is instrumental to I guess the preservation or the continuation of life is that's what's going to be virtuous, and that which is in opposition to the flourishing of life that's going to be wrong.
So that would be how you ground um, your ethics, your framework of morality.
Right. That's how I'd ground it.
Mm-hmm. And when they tend to probe deeper and say, how do you ground the ability that you have to comprehend that? How do you ground your intelligibility, I think is the one they use.
We could ground it in like some form of like rationalism.
I see.
Yeah. Rather than like appealing to some form of like intuitionism or transcendentalism.
What is rationalism?
Like rationalism would just be like we can come to truths through like reasoning of the mind.
And the reasoning, how do you ground that? I'm not trolling you, I promise. I realize how that sounded.
No, that's okay. I would just
that's
ground
how
the
they
reason.
usually respond.
I would just like I would just put forth that the reasoning would just come from like our physical mind, and the physical mind exists as almost like a medium to make the natural world intelligible and perceptible, and so therefore we make sense of the world through our physical mind, and we don't necessarily need a divine mind to make the world coherent because the physical mind already makes the natural world coherent, because the mind has to be necessary because it can't be otherwise. If it is otherwise, then existence, perception, intelligibility of the world, even consciousness itself wouldn't be possible. And so, yeah, you could ground it in a physical mind or an empirical mind. I feel like that's a better choice of words.
An empirical mind is just sort of like an idealistic approach.
What would you take like idealistic to
It's
mean?
like a singular mind projecting reality, being required for the existence of all.
Yes.
Interesting. Do you actually hold to that kind of view, or is that just sort of an answer you would use for tag?
That's just like sort of an answer that I would use for tag, because I can't make any absolutes about really the mind.
Is it something that you believe, though, or lean towards?
I would say it's something I lean towards, but I need to justify a bit more, develop my epistemology.
Is that so? It's not something that you hold to as like a framework you lean towards as a possibility.
Yeah.
Further inquiry.
It has the highest. Yeah, I would say that's the one. It has the highest plausibility in my opinion, but you know, it could always be different. My knowledge is provisional, so it's always open to change.
Why does it hold the highest plausibility for you?
I feel like it holds the highest plausibility because I guess there's just many like metrics that I could appeal to. I guess I would just say one, we know the physical mind exists, and we know this through just the fact that we have physical brains that we can kind of open in a sense. And then also I would just say that even the mind itself is something that hasn't been completely discovered. The cognitive sciences don't have like a full rational explanation for the mind and how it operates. So it's something that's constantly being studied, and more things are being explored. So that's another thing, that it is it's something that is it's the knowledge of the mind is always being updated, very provisional, very just up to date all the time. And then I would just also say that just the sense data that we have as human beings confirms a lot of the things about our mind. Like if we hear a sound, or if we perceive something, or we feel something, our mind just confirms those things. So I would say that the response between the world that we perceive in our mind is very coherent, and it's very instantaneous, and it's very alike. And I don't think our mind really like fools us like some type of like Cartesian demon.
In what way would a belief, in what way does a conclusion like this serve you? How does it benefit you?
It benefits me, I guess, in the sense that any inferences that I make about the world using my mind, if those inferences go from beliefs to truths, then I know like what is just necessary, and then just what's a possibility. Because I feel like when you have necessary truths, you know what exists as an absolute, rather than a possibility, because possibilities are just merely just like things that could have been like otherwise. But when you have like necessary truths, you know these are things that couldn't have been otherwise, because they would just lead to some type of like contradiction. Right? It's kind of like 2 + 2 like equaling 4. Like it's like a necessary truth, because if that answer is otherwise, it's just going to lead to like some type of contradiction. So I think that's how it serves me, in the sense that I can make a distinction between falsehoods and truths.
What do you think would confirm or bolster this view? What would make it a truth?
I guess what would make it a truth is that it's like mainly logically coherent and like reality. That it's not incoherent. That it can actually that its existence is justified and grounded.
What incoherencies does this have, if any, or what challenges do you still struggle with?
The incoherences of my position, I would just say I don't know if there's necessarily incoherences, but I guess something that, since you did ask me things that I struggle with, I would just say, how do you how can we gap like the physical world to like a supernatural world? How do we make that jump? What tools can we use to like make inferences about the supernatural world, and how can we confirm beliefs about the supernatural?
If beliefs are confirmed about the supernatural, are they supernatural?
That's actually a really good question. I guess it's supernatural. The belief itself wouldn't necessarily be supernatural itself, but the domain in which it exists and operates would be supernatural. So like God existing would be like a truth. You wouldn't even have to ascribe like the word supernatural to it, but the domain of God would be something that would be supernatural, since that's something that just wouldn't um, take up existence in like the physical world, or just have some type of like material presence.
I think I'm out of questions. I wonder if Hazel, Morgan, or Philly have any.
Yeah. I wanted to talk to Morgan about the witchcraft stuff. I've always been curious about that.
It's up to Morgan if she'd like to answer.
What exactly would you like to talk about?
I guess my first question is like, when it comes to like witchcraft, how do you like confirm your beliefs? Like, how do you make distinctions between like things that aren't true and things that
is real?
Oh, I just like assumed off of like your profile.
Assuming's not a great way to approach things, is it?
I don't know, I just use like my brain to make an inference.
So what's your question?
I mean, I guess I don't really have a question anymore, because you said you don't necessarily like believe in like it. So there's really no like further inquiry necessary at this point.
I don't believe I said that either.
I mean, I guess what's your belief towards witchcraft then?
I don't know that I am in a place to be questioned on that at this time.
All right, fair enough.
Were your questions, Sergey, about witchcraft practices, like broadly and in general, or were they kind of specific to see if Morgan could challenge belief in such practices?
Questions. I'm not like really trying to like challenge worldviews here.
Understandable.
Yeah.
I do want to say that you've done excellently, and I appreciate your answers to the questions. I appreciate when you went into the hypotheticals, and also when you were able to take and present critiques of your own positions. So I really appreciate that. I don't have any more questions for you, Sergey, so I appreciate you coming up. and answering the questions, participating in the exercise. And I hope you keep asking questions. And if you find firm answers, bring them back, and we'll definitely want to question those.
Yeah, no problem. I hold to like epistemic openness. So I just believe knowledge should always constantly be changed. I don't think we should be dogmatic in what we believe.
Like epistemic humility.
Yeah, epistemic humility, yeah.
Excellent. Yes, I do too. I think I could hear that in some of your answers. I appreciate that position.
Join Discord if you like to have a lot of conversations like this. That's where we hang out. So
that's also where I'll be a lot more willing to answer those questions.
Yeah. I don't really use Discord that much. I think a lot of those, like, I imagine the spaces you guys are in are pretty good. So not talking about that in specific, but I think there's a lot of people on Discord that are very, just want to debate for like ego points and stuff like that. So they can, I guess, in their words, bake you.
Right. I see that happening a lot in spaces similar to this as well, but this is not that kind of space, and that's exactly what, well, kind of why I have this space is to be able to question beliefs, to sometimes, in some cases, challenge worldviews, but to do it in a way that's more respectful and not as competitive, more honest,
right,
and inquisitive, rather than declarative and assertive.
Right.
I'm always coming from a place of curiosity rather than like challenging necessarily.
Yeah, that's good. I think a lot of people, when it comes to like having conversations, especially debates, I would say they engage in a lot of like presuppositional arrogance, right? So everything they already assume that has to be true, and it can't be otherwise. And if it's otherwise, then you're wrong. So their presuppositions are not even open to like critique and stuff.
I completely agree, honestly. I enjoyed hearing your questioning as well, because you obviously are able to question your beliefs.
I don't think there's like, the one thing I don't think is like true is that like when you wake up, or your answers all at once. And I feel like if you did, life would be pretty boring, because then what would you really do if you knew everything? I think it's actually fun to not know all the stuff. It makes life more of like a journey and stuff.
How much do you think you can be certain about in your lifetime?
I think you can only be certain of the things. How would I answer that? I'm just trying to find the words to put it. I think you can only be certain of the things that, like, if they didn't exist, like, it would lead to like some type of like contradiction. So I think you can only be like certain about things like 2 + 2 = 4. Just like you can only be certain of things that have to exist, or else they like lead to contradictions. Like morality doesn't really lead you to contradictions. So you can't really say much about morality. Like somebody saying morality is objective or subjective, or something is good or bad. It doesn't lead to any type of contradiction. So those are the places where you have to be really, what's the word? But when it comes to like necessary things like math or stuff, those are the things you can be definitely certain about.
In in your like worldview, are there things that must exist for anything else to exist?
I would say like reason has to exist for me. That's the most important. Reason has to exist, because if reason doesn't exist, then for me, I don't think like understanding of the world exists. Yeah. I mean, I think also the mind has to exist, because if you don't have the mind, then you can't get reason, because the mind makes reason possible.
Sorry, what is
No,
the
that's fine. No, what were you saying? Go ahead.
what is the mind?
I would just say like the mind is just like the mental medium that makes like perception of the world possible, or I would just say in a nutshell, just irrational.
Is it separate from the brain, or is the brain and the mind separate?
Is the brain and the mind separate? Um, that's a good question. Well, I guess under my belief system, I wouldn't see them as separate. Because I would see them needing each other. So like a codependent relationship.
Needing each other. Is it in your worldview two parts of a whole? Why you say each other? That to me separates them still. So
Well, I would see like the mind doesn't necessarily like manifest itself as like a physical thing. It'd be like a non-physical thing for me. Because it's not like, I don't know how to really explain it, but I don't think the mind is like tangible. You can't like really touch the mind. I think that the mind is what like projects itself from our brains, so we can like understand everything around us.
does the mind exist beyond life of the brain?
Does the mind exist beyond the life of the brain? I mean, it's possible, but I wouldn't know for sure. I don't think I would have the methods to know, but I think it's very possible that it could. Maybe no, I was just gonna say real quick that maybe the mind is kind of like what, maybe the mind is like the blueprint for like the physical mind, or I mean for the physical brain. Yeah.
No, I love and I don't know, because yeah, that's real. I don't think I have any questions. I'm thinking. Serge, do you believe in souls?
Souls?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean by like souls here? Like just like entities?
I mean, My definition of a soul would be something outside of the brain. So for me, it would fit within your definition of the mind, but I don't know if your definition of soul would be different.
I mean, I think souls are possible. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've never had any. I mean, I can't really say I've had an encounter with souls, but I think it's possible. Yeah, definitely. I mean, people have had experiences, so I mean, if it's true for them, that it's probably possible.
What defines an experience? We were talking about this earlier, so I'm curious what you think.
I would say experience is like phenomena that like the mind can like perceive. So basically, I guess like content of the mind. Because I could even say thoughts are like an experience. Doesn't necessarily have to be something that is like physical.
An experience doesn't have to be physical, is what you say?
Yeah, I don't think an experience has to be like physical in the way we think about experiences usually. Because I think when people think about experiences, they think about like physical activities or physical events that take place in time.
What is a non-physical experience?
I could say like dreams, for example, because dreams wouldn't necessarily be like some type of it wouldn't be some type of like material experience. And by material, I just mean like physical experience. It wouldn't be something that you can kind of touch. It's not like tangible. Like I guess there's a distinction between like having a dream and like a set of events playing out in your mind, and then a set of events playing out in real life.
Is the experience of a dream the same in comparison to an experience in consciousness, I would say?
By consciousness, are you saying like something like that we do like in actual time, like in the physical world?
Yeah, like being awake. Like.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think there's a distinction.
How do you differentiate those experiences? Just through the consciousness or unconsciousness?
Hmm. And every property of your brain is like active. Right? Activated. That's why in between a dream and being awake. That one is your mind. mind being fully active, and the other one is your mind not being active. necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily know if my consciousness is like illusory, or I wouldn't even know
Is there any
is different. The creation story in the Jewish Bible is different from the Bible me and you read today. You know that, right? If you actually want to know the creation, look at
50 to 75 pieces, or you have a box of 1,000 pieces. Which one you buy? All you need.
Paling give me plus kau ya Sophie. Ah, Sophie. Oh, I said Sophie. Let's go lah.
Don't know why, but now it's back. Just in time for us to
Say goodbye.
be on our way out. That's right. That's the way it works. Go ahead and set you guys down one.